And like that, we are in. Just in. I came in the room, got home a little later than I expected, came right in, had this all set up, and just pressed live. Because I don't care. I, I literally just walked in the door, walked right here, got set up for like 2 seconds, live, right away. I'm ready to go all the time. You just turn this on, and I go. I just go. I'm always ready to go. Tonight, it's Dangerous Journeys, a game made by Gary Gygax. Well, I mean, him and somebody else, but mainly Gary Gygax, something he worked on, right? It never got much of a continuation. And if you don't know much about Dangerous Journeys or you've never heard of Dangerous Journeys, I've been purposely not saying much about it. If you know about it, good. If you don't, it's a surprise. But it's made by Gary Gygax. So I figured, especially D&D, old school D&D people out there might be interested in hearing about the game Dangerous Journeys by Gary Gygax. Good stuff. Good stuff. I don't know if many people even know about it because I've mentioned this game in the past to people. Like, do you know about Dangerous Journeys? And they're like, no. I'm like, wow. Well, kiddo, I got something to teach you. Something to teach you. So here I am to teach. It's going to be a good night. It's going to be a really good night. Dangerous Journeys. You know, I wanted to start right at 6 o'clock, but getting home a little late just meant I had to run in the door, get myself set up, and go live right away. And here you are at the Condor DM show. And I'm covering the game again, Dangerous Journeys. Now, this is my Joe Rogan time, starting a little bit early, give people time to get around, talk for a bit, and then we'll go. Dangerous Journeys by Gary Gygax. Going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Oh, wow. It's, some people get nervous about starting their streams. I came in late, and I swear, I gave myself 20 seconds to grab something, grab my mouse, go ahead, live, right away. Just dive right in because I'm not shy at all. I'm not shy in the slightest. Welcome to the Condor DM show. Again, we're going to cover a game, Dangerous Journeys, which never got much work after it came out, done, but it's something a lot of people don't know of. And again, I've not been given details about this game on purpose for weeks, and I'm not giving too many details going in. We'll put it this way. It's like a D100 style game, but there's some more mechanics to it. We'll leave it at that, D100. But it's Dangerous Journeys by Gary Gygax. I mentioned a whole bunch of times, I'm going to cover this game, mention it. I don't just talk about it because, again, I've met so many people over the years. I'm like, so have you tried Dangerous Journeys? They're like, what's that? Wow, okay, fair enough. You don't know about it? Well, you're going to know about it tonight. So it's actually a good game. This is one part of me wanted to promote it because I think it's actually really good and really interesting. And especially for old school guys, I thought promoting it would be a good thing. But I was like, you know what? I promote every other game. Most people know what they are. This one, I want to be a bit of a surprise. And if that means some people don't show up, so what? This is a surprise night. Dangerous Journeys. Was like if they look it up, maybe they'll be wise to want to hear more about it. If you've already played it, I guess, or know what the game is, maybe it wasn't your cup of tea. I don't know. I personally liked it. I found it to be interesting, and it's one of Gary Gygax's later works. Right? What did he do after TSR? Well, Dangerous Journeys is one of the things he did after TSR. So if you want to know about this game, it's a Gary Gygax game. Dangerous Journeys. I thought it'd be good. It's going to be fun tonight. Going to be fun. Now, we'll give some people time to roll in. I have no shyness at all. I've been doing this for quite some time. Like 10 years now, I've been doing YouTube. I've been doing live streams at least on 3 of my YouTube channels. Like I started live streaming, I'll make that 4. 4. Yeah, 4 channels. I've done live streams over the years. I mean, I can remember being a bit nervous, I guess, starting off, like wait right up to the time, make sure I have everything ready to go. Am I ready? What if I get, what if I get questions? And I'm like, okay, get nervous, want to have all this be perfect. Took me some time just to get comfortable and go, you know what? The audience, they're not looking for perfection. That's not what they want. They just want a fucking person who can do this, has some charisma. But it's okay if you're not perfect, if you don't have every answer. All that just went away. I realized that right away. A lot of people get paranoid about YouTube. They'll think if they, like, I know guys who have had sizable followings and they get so nervous about YouTube that they'll have like 2,000 people. They'll lose a big argument and leave. They just totally turn YouTube off and leave. And I'm like, dude, like, I tell that guy right away. I'm like, why'd you leave YouTube? He's like, well, it was embarrassing to go through that. I was like, yeah, people won't care in a week. I'm like, they won't. Like, you make mistakes, they won't care in a week. They won't give a shit. They won't give a shit. People don't understand this world because they haven't paid attention. They don't understand YouTube. They don't understand the entertainment industry. They don't understand media. I mean, look at the news. The news lies to us almost every single day. And the next day they come out with authority and speak again. And by the end of the week, people are going, oh, look, did you hear this on the news? I'm like, you mean the people that lie to us every day? You ever see major people in Hollywood get something wrong? And then by the end of the week, they're being interviewed on something as if they have authority. And people are like, yeah, see what he said? That makes a lot of sense. Wait, wasn't he a jackass last week? So a lot of normal people that get on YouTube, and even people with some talent, they don't seem to understand just how this all works. People take what you're doing. It's just like feeding them more. Like, they do not hang on to drama the way people think. That's why I don't worry about getting attacked on here by people that don't like me. They do some big thing and they're like, yes, he's crushed. I'm like, in 4 days, people won't give a fuck. You could do 20 streams on me, focus, call it this, and all you're doing is giving me attention. That's all you're doing. And if you're going after a cheap yes man audience, I'm already not going after it. So even if they initially don't like me because of what you said, I guarantee they won't like me based on just what I say freely. So you can't make people not support me that are initially, in the long run, not going to support me anyway. Like 100% of the people from certain communities that most support me, I guarantee if you said nothing to them based on the fact that I don't kiss their asses, even if they started supporting me, they'd all gradually go away. Because I'd say things they don't agree with. That's it. So it doesn't matter how many attacks. And even if you do attacks on me, people that are fair-minded will be fair-minded anyway. So I'm secure. You could do 50 streams about me, and the guy that would be open-minded, he'll come out and check out my content and go, yeah, I'm okay with that. Click support. So you can't make me lose somebody I wouldn't initially lose. Can't really do anything. Reputation means something, but it's only, you have to do something pretty devastating to someone to destroy their reputation. Like, it has to be a major crushing blow and something way beyond what people do on here. Like something like really major. And then even major reputation crushes. Nowadays, it's so much going on. Most people are by it. Like, they could have the most devastating period of time where people are attacking them. And then in a month, it's like it never happened. I don't know. A guy like the Quartering is a great example. He's went through some drama. Notice how quick that is just all fucking vanishing on that guy? His views are still right up. Likes are right up. His support keeps going up. I'm not even a big fan of the quartering, so people get mad at me for even mentioning him. It's like, hey, if you got beef, I don't care. But it's like, just notice, he got attacked. He had a whole bunch of people attacking him, the quartering guy on YouTube. Whole bunch of people. It's been what, like a week and a half? Ask most people if they even remember what they were mad at him for. Do you remember what he did? No, what did he do? And so I remember, yeah, they were pissed. That's how quick shit just goes away now. It's like a flash in the pan, man. Ask people off the top of their head. So you're still mad at the quartering? It's even funny. You can go back and watch the days where he's getting shit on. You'll see some people like, fuck the quartering, right in his comments. And then about a week later, he puts out a video where they agree and they're like, yeah, well, that guy in the mall was, wait, weren't you just saying fuck the quartering and you're never going to watch him again? Here you are like talking about the subject he's talking about and you're probably even liking the video. Fuck off. Fuck off. That's how serious things are on here. So you just get delusional people. And I think a lot of people just don't know how the game works on here. And it's bad with me because I'm the type of guy that I don't like, even though I'm on YouTube, I'm completely fine. The problem is for the person that attacks me, even if they're not going to hurt me in the long run, they don't understand. On a personal level, I've probably cut you off for life then. So your attacks are useless and worthless. I won't lose any support that I would get anyway. Right? And all the people that you're talking to, that if you're a yes man content or something like that, or you're a rage baiter, those people don't like me anyway. They're going to leave my channel no matter what I do. So it doesn't matter if you do a stream or say nothing about me. So all you've done is, and maybe you get a few streams that will be like, oh, it's some likes up here, some views, and then degrades. And at one point you got to let it go. Or if not, you'll see it just not going anywhere for you. Like you'll start realizing other content will be better for your channel. So you got to let it go anyway. And then what have you done though? You had a short run because you can barely come up with content to begin with. You have a short run on nothing. Now, positive content with me, a lot of it would be up here. Stay up here and grow. But if you don't have that with me, it's gone. And you made it that I won't talk to you no more. So I don't know. I think it's actually, if you're a YouTuber looking at this from a strategy point of view of growing and doing better on YouTube, attacking me, given the way I react to these attacks, I cut people off forever. It's a stupid move. It is drastically. It's not good strategy. And it also tells you that person is just lucky to be playing Yes Man or Rage Baiter on here, right? You play Rage Bait, short ceiling, but you'll go up quick. Yes Man, short ceiling, but you'll go up quick, but then you hit the ceiling. It's why some guys out there might cover like AD&D or something, but they're playing Yes Man game. They get to hear 10,000, maybe 15,000. And they're like, man, I'm not going much further. They look around and they'll see a guy like with a 50,000 who's covering the same subject, but he's not exactly doing Yes Man content. Ooh. It's because outside of the short ceiling, the general audience is more supportive. So you can't play cheap content, will just get bored. You just got to be careful of that. You got to be careful. And positive content with a guy like me is always growth. So you start here and it goes up. Attacking me starts here or somewhere here and goes down. So if you're a YouTuber and I'm saying, okay, first off, most of the YouTubers that don't like me, they can barely come up with content for their fucking streams. They're sitting there like the night before going, what am I doing tomorrow? They're barely making it by. And they're like doing desperate attacks, desperate content. Starts here, degrades on the attacks. Though if you do positive content with me, starts here and goes up. Not a good strategy. And the drama that you give me does nothing to me. I don't lose any real support at all. And I gain all the support I would get regardless. You do absolutely nothing to me, and you barely get any content that's good for your channel out of the whole qualm, and now I've cut you off. So now your opportunities with me are gone. Really stupid move. Just tells me you know nothing. Like, it's one thing to like tabletop role-playing games or do some of the content or like topics I cover. I mean, YouTube is also a separate game from just covering tabletop role-playing games. Now, I'm helpful because I know certain things that some of the guys around here don't know. It's why there's some guys out there with 10,000 subs, but maybe 25 viewers on a stream on one night. And I can pretty much tell that guy why that's happening. He'll be convinced YouTube is screwing me. You can disagree with how the algorithm works initially, but YouTube is not screwing you. Right? YouTube is doing nothing to you. You're fine. There's something you're doing that's wrong. That's the problem with what you're doing. Something you are doing that is the issue. Right? No point. And go check it out. You see some of the guys around here. YouTube is screwing me. They go complain to YouTube on X, and YouTube is like, no, we're not. And they're right. They're actually right. They're not. Especially if you're only covering tabletop role-playing games. YouTube doesn't give a fuck. If you're covering politics, look, that's a different game. But if you're covering like games, they're not trying to screw you. They don't give a fuck. It's you. Trust me, it's you. It is always you. Just gotta know that from the get-go. It's you. Dangerous Journeys tonight on the Condor DM show. A Gary Gygax game. If you don't know what it is, you're going to know what it is by the end of the stream. It's a good one. Interesting, too. Don't expect it to be AD&D. It's not, but it's interesting. So, yeah. Or people will come make... I got most idiots blocked on here that do the shilling for other YouTubers. I did on my other channel the other night. I covered the movie Clockwork Orange. One of the guys from another YouTuber drops in, says some meaningless thing to me. I'm like, dude, I'm just thinking to myself, those statements work on other people so well because they're so weak. Like, oh, you're a chicken for not going. Dude, that's not the reason. But I mean, if you want to believe that, what am I supposed to do? If you're already that shallow and idiotic, even if you didn't like me for whatever went on there, you just initially wouldn't like me for the content I'm doing because I don't kiss your ass. So even if you only met me through the content I'm doing, sooner or later, you just be like, oh, I don't like what he said. Click. Exactly. So it doesn't matter if I had a qualm with somebody or you watch the streams, it just wouldn't matter. Either way, I'd lose your support. Again, fair-minded people just won't care about people attacking me. They just don't give a fuck. They don't. They don't at all. You have no idea. If somebody wants to like your shit, they just will. Right? If they come about your stuff and they're listening and they're like, I like that video. I like those streams. They'll sub. That's it. They'll support you. Like, that's just doesn't matter how many people say, fuck you. Won't matter to them. See, you can't make those people not support somebody. Basically, if you can talk somebody in through stuff like that into not supporting somebody, sooner or later, they're going to find something in what you're saying to give up that support. So even if you were never attacked, that person is not stable to begin with. And that's in 100% of cases. So I don't care about attacks on me. I don't lose any support that would be stable anyway. And all support I would get, I get no matter what is said about me. Like all of it, 100% of it. So all the support that would come my way, I get it no matter what. And, some people can be a little stable for a while, but if you step out of line and say the wrong thing, there goes their support. I don't care about that. I want just people that are just down for what is coming here and can handle. If they like you, they're going to like people that are going to like you are going to like you even if you say something they disagree with. It's a personality call, right? It's a personality call. You'll know this. Go watch guys. There's guys around like I won't say any name, but a guy like I know who does a stream on Friday nights. He says a lot of stuff people don't like, but they'll keep watching him because they've already decided they like the personality. It's the same with me. All the people that support me won't go away because you attack me. They won't go away because I say something they disagree with. You get the odd people again that are unstable that will stay around for a while, but then it's like you're not towing the line, but it can feel like you're towing the line without realizing it. Just until you hit a marker. One night you disagree with them, boop, there they go. They were gone. They were gone no matter what. Wasn't much you could do about that one. So there. Now at least you all know how I feel about the whole YouTube thing and people not liking me. Of course, people know there's people out there that don't like me. I don't care. I just don't care. Why should I care? Why should it matter to me? It does nothing. I've been doing YouTube for over 10 years. I've known this the entire time. Just because there's some mediocre haters out there just don't know how the game works on here. That's on them. Like, again, positive content with me starts here and goes up. If you're a serious YouTuber, that's what you want from me. You don't want this. That's nerd pettiness taking over your logical thinking. If you're serious about YouTube, you don't want negativity with me because it goes down. And I'm not like certain people. I'm not like a guy named Scott out there. So there's not a long run on hating me. It's very short. Numbers start going down pretty quickly. And then you'll realize other content will just put your numbers back up. So I become unappealing to you to keep covering me. All right. And the only way I become appealing is if I'm responding. And the second I stop responding, then the numbers go even lower. If I'm not saying anything, then it's just, you got to get me saying your name. But sometimes even if I do that, it doesn't mean anything. It's still low. Even if I'm saying your name, if I do all that stuff, it's still here, down. So if you're serious on YouTube, you always want positive with me. Positive with me starts here and goes up. That's it. If you're a serious YouTuber and you're here to actually get somewhere with this, like you take this serious, you want positive with me all the time. And that might mean that it might benefit me, but it's like the old school thing is, if you're selfish on here and only you can grow, the problem is you'll grow in a very awkward, slow way. The more people that grow around you, the more you grow. So even if you do benefit somebody else, it's positive for you. That's what a lot of guys, especially the selfish guys, don't realize. It actually doesn't hurt to get other people up. Getting other people up that can handle being up. There's no point in helping people grow on YouTube that can't handle growing on YouTube. So I see a lot of bad strategies around the old school tabletop role-playing game community where they'll support people that are flatline. It's like the ships have to go up for everyone to go up, but you're hitting flatline guys. The guys just don't have it. You're helping guys that don't have it. Since you're helping guys that don't have it, they don't really help you. Right? So for you to grow through any positivity, you got to find guys that can grow and help them because that will grow you. If you knew YouTube, you would just know this. If you were in the if you understood the entertainment world, you would just know what I'm saying. You would never support flatline guys. Flatline guys go nowhere. And what becomes the problem with not bringing in new people that can grow is what you start doing. If you're doing the same thing over and over again, things become stale. Right? That's where you're thinking, forget seasons. They'll say, like, during this part of the year, YouTube, some years you don't grow at this, but no, it's not how it works. That's just how a few guys are having experience. Trust me, other YouTubers will have a different experience in the same timeline. So never trust that type of commentary or advice. It's stale if it's just the same shit over and over again. And what keeps you fresh is by bringing other content in, because then then your content is not seen as boring. But if there's nothing else coming into the picture, it all becomes same and stale across the board. And you bring in guys that flatline. So I'll see guys that will get supported over me, but I'm like, that's a flatline YouTuber. That means you're not going to grow based off helping him, and he's barely going to grow. You want people that can grow. That's what, because their growth makes you grow. Because when you bring somebody up that can bring more people around, those more people around come to you as well. See, the great thing about, if you don't go tribal and you know how to play the game really well on here, it's not tribal. It's okay to share, because sharing means you grow, because you grow the audience. That's what it's called, right? But when you flatline or you get a tribal audience, well, there's limitations for everyone, and you're only flatlining, bringing in flatline guys that do not grow the audience. They're all they're doing is like they're bloodsuckers. They're leeches. You're just trying to help guys that are leeching off of you. You should want to bring other people in that can grow. And you can't be jealous of other people with talent and stuff. That will it's useless. It doesn't help you anyway. It's okay to see someone even with more talent than you and bring them around and help. Because they grow the audience, and the audience will be sympathetic even to your content. So it's good. If you only keep guys around because your ego is sensitive, but they're flatline YouTubers, no growth in the audience, and you become stale. Not good. Not good. Not a good game plan. Not people that don't know how to do YouTube. Not my fault. Not my bad. Also, guys like me can be very helpful to other YouTubers. Very helpful. Very helpful. I'm very good at helping other people. It's positive to talk to me. You'll get a positive result. Look at my interviews. Anyone who's been interviewed by me or right away say that's a positive. That's positive for them in their image. Yeah. But you got to play good with me. You got to play good with me. That's how it works. I know how much I bring to the table, and if you don't want to recognize it, understand I'm not gullible and naive. I do recognize it. So you better respect that. If not, a guy like me might cut you off. You can call it whatever. Oh, he's too chicken to come talk. No. I know talking to you is a benefit to you. And I know the game on YouTube. So if you haven't played nice with me, why would I help you? Ever. I wouldn't. So there has to be a period of time where you shut your mouth, or you be nice to me or fair. And if you can't do that, you lose what I bring to the table. And if you undervalue a guy like me who knows he has value, a guy like me might recognize the value I bring and go, no, you go ahead and talk to the flatline YouTuber. Help him, I guess. Won't be helping him with much. And he'll be like a leech. He'll be leeching off you. So you won't be helping yourself. You won't be helping him. And he's leeching off you for the tiny bit of support he gets, but he can't even hold up to the support he does get. Right? Jesus Christ. Guys on here constantly trying to build guys up that are flatline YouTubers. That's what I call them. Because they will not help you. They're leeching off you, and they're not growing the overall audience. A guy like me, if with positivity around me, I grow an audience. I bring in new people you haven't heard of. Right? I bring in people that are going to be part of it. And if you're nice with me and I interact with all you, that growth becomes something that benefits everyone around me, because I'm not flatline. I go up if you play nice with me. That's just how it works. Some of the guys around here get really mad if I point that out. Some of my haters watch this and they get really pissed off that I point these things out, because they'll leave, because they'll only stay if they think they got something on me. But if I say something that makes sense, that tears down their entire narrative about who I am, I'll see, because I have some haters always show up here. Numbers. Because haters don't like to hear the truth, because they know it's true. If they thought it was bullshit, trust me, they'd stay. If they thought it was bullshit, they'd all stay around and watch. When they think you're full of shit, they watch. When you make sense and it goes against what they want to believe about you, they leave. It's like hurting their feelings. You guys have feelings. Oh, it's a shame. There. I say all this little lecture there because I had that reaction last night. And I figure, why not at the start of the stream give a little education to some people out there? I'm not going to keep repeating this stuff, but there you go. And my advice here is actually good. I'm right about YouTube. I'm right about everything I just said. Period. I don't care if you have a bigger channel. I am right. I am absolutely right. And it'd be wise, if you're serious about YouTube, to hear me out. And sorry to some YouTubers out there in the old school tabletop role-playing game hobby. Even you flatliners would benefit from playing the game right. But in all honesty, here's the humbling part for some flatliners. You don't got it. You don't have it. That's your big issue. You don't have it. It's like, think of YouTube like a sport, like baseball or hockey or the NBA or the NHL, the major leagues, and the way it is. It's not like just, talking to people on Discord. Think about like private stuff like this is like the farm league. But when you get to YouTube, you're not in the farm league anymore. Now you're in the NHL. And guess what you find out in this world? Not everybody can play in the NHL. Not everybody can be an NBA star. And when you get to YouTube, you can play the cheap games, but if you're a flatliner YouTuber, it just means you're someone who can't really perform here correctly. So your cheap gimmicks only get you so far, and then you got to be able to back that up. And if not, you got to keep doing your cheap gimmicks that work, right? Like it's like rage baiting, attacking people. You can get away with not attacking people the odd nights if you do other content, but for the most part, you got to keep attacking people to keep the rage bait up. If you suddenly change your whole YouTube strategy and said, okay, well, you know what? From now on, I'm just going to try to be entertaining. I'm going to go on the stream pretty continuously and try to talk about games and be interesting while I talk about them. All the guys that you see like rage bait or play yes man, that's why some guys out here, they can have a big following, but their streams can be very, Now, sometimes a guy like me can just help you from just doing a stream like this at the start where I complain a bit, because some people hear what I have to say and the audience will want to prove me wrong for a couple of nights. So I can heat up the audience for you, but I'm good at that. I can taunt an audience a bit, and they'll say you're only getting 25 a night. So either you attack me or I get them going. Even a stream like this, if enough people check it out tonight or tomorrow night or the next night, you can get like 40 people on your stream, and you get more likes than normal. But again, if I shut up and say nothing else going forward for several streams, your audience takes a dip back down because I can only push up for so long. All right. Negativity is a very limited factor for getting you a boost. And it's a minor boost of nothing. It just makes you believe you're going to get somewhere. Like attacking me is a minor boost. You attack me, you get a minor boost. You feel really good. You might get a bit of following from that. It's very minor. And then if you don't keep attacking me, and then even the attacks decline. But if you don't decline, you go right back down to flatlining. So positive content with me and positive relationships with me, and making it like if other YouTubers around the old school made it more positive, like okay for the audience to interact with me, and that became a positive thing, then we see consistent growth. Then it goes up, and guys like me help grow the audience because I'm not a flatliner. It's just how it works. There, I'm done. I don't get a chance to do like videos on this stuff to teach people. So I hope when I do a rant like this, no matter what their emotional reaction is to what I say. I hope they can just get over it for a second and listen. Like, for their own sake. I don't even hate them. I don't even hate the guys that hate me. Actually, I'd like to see the old school do a little better. So I'm very just dead on honest with them. But I know coming from me, they don't want to hear it. But it's not like there's somebody else saying what I'm saying to them. And I'm right. It doesn't mean they're going to help me out. But maybe they got to consider, do they want to keep helping out flatliners? Like, if you help out that guy, does he have it to keep raising the bar, bringing in a new audience, and helping you grow? Or is he leeching off you? Well, if he leeches off you, that's not good. Just stop letting guys leech off you. And imagine if you're trying to leech off. I've seen some guys in the old school do this. They're trying to leech off each other. It's really, really weird. All flatliners just talking on a panel together or something. I'm like, okay, weird, but sure. It's like a circle jerk of guys all just sucking each other off, trying to get something out of each other, and there's not much to get. I'm being real with you now. We'll call this real talk night. But yeah, Dangerous Journeys. That's what the game I'm covering tonight by Gary Gygax. What did he do after he left TSR? Dangerous Journeys. It's going to be a good stream. I'm going to start it soon. We're going to start. Dangerous Journeys is quite interesting. Let's see. The game Dangerous Journey, it uses percentile dice, which is D100, right? Most actions are resolved by comparing a character's ability against a difficulty and then making a percentile roll. Generally, lower rolls are better. Higher skill values increase success chances. Modifiers adjust the target number at its core mythos, which is Dangerous Journeys, version of it. Dangerous Journeys mythos belongs to the same broad family as Ruin Quest, Call of Cthulhu, basic role-playing, rather than AD&D. So even though it's made by Gary Gygax, don't get yourself confused. Right? Do not get yourself confused about this game. I'll talk about Steep. We won't talk about it right now. Steep is a thing. Now, just to let you know what Steep is, Steep's going to sound a little confusing, but it is a study, training, education, experience, practice. And it is because I consider it one of the most important things in the game to understand. Yeah, that's how much I'll say about it. That's how much I'll say about it up front. Percentile dice system with Steep. Dangerous Journeys by Gary Gygax. A lot of guys out there would love to comment on some of the things I talk about, but it's like, look, you make heat with me. I'm just not open-minded. I'm not. I'm someone who takes shit personal. I do. I don't even try to lie about it. I just don't like. I don't do second chances often. I'm very open about this. Like, I don't lie. I'm not deceitful about the fact that I'm very. Hey, like the whole YouTube game on that level doesn't like, especially with cheap people like Rage Vaders or Yes Men. Here's where I'm not in a professional place. Here's some background noise. You might hear alarms for a second. I doubt it, though. I know some people don't want to hear the negatives, but I'm just like that. I do. If you lie about me, don't do that. And I don't like. I take certain things have been done to me so often. I take them. It's not that I take them personal, but I'm really aggressive. Say, because I'm open to debating and conversations here. That support me or not support me. The one thing you don't want to do with me, because people have done it for so many years to me, that it's a pet peeve. People take what I say and redefine it so they can argue against something I didn't actually say. And when you take what I say and redefine what I say, It's a stickler for me. I will get aggressive in that argument with you. Like I will work because I do not like that game. It's two-faced, right? Do not redefine what I argue. Either argue exactly what I said, or you have two choices. Shut the fuck up, or just say, hey, I get what you're saying. You're not completely out. You don't have a disagreement with that, but you might want to point out a specific detail. If you're honest with your communication, fine. But the second you redefine what I'm saying into something else, oh, fuck, I'm a stickler. I'm a stickler, right? I just don't like it because I've spent years making really good cases for things, really good arguments that are very specific. And you have to be with nerds. You make a very specific argument or a case for something that's very specific. And nerds have to hear the specifics because they're going to want to pick things apart. So I'm very specific on purpose with my arguments. And it's because another reason is at the end of the week, say, for example, on a panel, somebody will bring up my argument. They won't even mention my fucking name. And then they redefine the argument so they can argue against it and win. But I'm like, well, if you took my argument for what exactly was, none of you fucking cunts could argue against it. Right? So, of course, you're going to redefine what I said. So, and even worse, the parts that are redefined, the changes in my argument are the exact changes they'll have something to say against. How convenient. You change what I've said, you change my argument, and where you change it was to a weaker position so you could argue it down. But if you take my exact argument word for word, no, I haven't heard anybody be able to fucking make a case against what I say on here. Period. Brought dice. They're going to be needed. Dangerous Journeys by Gary Gygax. We're going to start really soon there, Black Rose. Percentile system. Here, I'll read the basic thing I just read. Oh, these are my notes, so just some notes. I like to remind myself. So blah blah blah. And it's Mythos, Dangerous Journeys, Mythos from 1992, made by Gary Gygax after he left TSR. Core resolution: the game primarily uses D100 percentile dice. Most actions are resolved by comparing a character's ability against a difficulty and then making a percentile roll. Generally, lower rolls are better. Higher skill values increase success chances. Get it? Higher your lower roll. Modifiers adjust the target number, of course. At its core, Mythos belongs to the same broad family as Ruin Quest, Call of Cthulhu, and basic role-playing when it comes to the rolling system, not AD&D. And there is steep. I don't want to... Steep means this. We'll talk about it in the whole thing when I do the rundown. But steep means study, training, education, experience, practice. And I would say it's one of the most important core details of the game to understand. Steep, steep, steep. Oh, yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I could perform tonight. You know the deal. If you have something to say, great. If you're just listening, good enough for me. Good enough for me. I'm on stage tonight. Once it starts, you know the deal. I'm on stage talking. Just sit down, take your seat, and be in class. Right? That's how it works. Once I start, I'm on stage. People don't need to chat. They can just sit back and listen. The Condor DM's Class 101, Dangerous Journeys. I'll teach you the game, teach you everything you need to know about it, and maybe it will excite you. Now, tomorrow night is a more well-known popular game I'm covering. If you're into it, show up. Star Wars RPG. Bam. Old school. Old school. Old school Star Wars RPG. Baby, it's going to be good. It is going to be good. I love Star Wars. The game. More than the actual movies, I like Star Wars, the game. Star Wars RPG is what I am covering tomorrow. A much more popular game or well-known IP type of thing. A well-known game. Game was well-liked by a lot of people. It's very well-known. Star Wars RPG. We're going to talk about it. We'll cover the fluff. We'll cover all this, the whole 9 yards. I have some good advice for it. So if you're someone who actually plays Star Wars or old school RPG, I know some people still do. If you still run it or play it, you definitely want to listen to that stream. Oh shit, I'll be giving you some good advice on character creation and how to run it. Make the priority as much as I can. I love that game. Played a lot. It was second ed because first ed was D6 game, I believe. Yep. I'm original. Eek. Yucky. Gross. No. Stay away from that. But I hear you. You're into it. Whatever. I like original. Most of the old school guys I know actually like the original. So either way, it will be a fun stream. The advice overall, the general advice can work for that game too. So it doesn't really matter what dice you're using at the end of the day for some things. And Black Rose, my advice is it's going to be spot on. And I guarantee most of it you can use for that game too. Yeah, a lot of people still play it, ironically. Not the new stuff, the old stuff, which surprises me how many active people still play the old school things. So I'm like, well, hey, if you play it and run it, baby. The good GM thing is important. That's the detail. Because it's old school. The detail. If you can't have a generic guy for most old school games. Generic guys, I'm not going to mention AD&D 1E tournament, one of the only systems you can get away with it. Or generic guys did the whole just run the game without running it correctly gimmick. And then nobody would know. Here's what's worse about game like situations like that for a lot of players. GMs would run it and they'd be like, the game is flat, it's generic. And I'm like, the players don't even know the guy's not running it correctly. Like most players wouldn't even know if you're running it incorrectly. That's such a shame. They just don't know. They don't realize. Not running it correctly. If you were running it correctly, it wouldn't be generic. Period. Nope. Everything takes a bit of time. With these streams. Probably going to start in 4 minutes because I have been starting, and I will probably start around 7. I'll give a warning out better than I'll start around 7 o'clock tomorrow night. It's just with all this extra time and wanting to start the streams early because I want to get in a chat. Like I just want to give people opportunities, and if people don't take them, fair enough. Then I'm willing to maybe start an hour earlier than normal. But at one point, I do have to adjust back to 8 o'clock. It's like right now I can do this, but at one point I will have to adjust back to the normal start time. It's just I don't see the point in overkill. Though it is one piece of advice. Somebody said just at least mark down in the comment section what time you start covering the game in the stream. And that's good. I think that's effective. Like here, it starts at this time. Stuff I usually don't pay attention to. Just like, hey, dude. Yeah. But yeah, I will at some point after the stream comment down below at what time I actually start covering the game. So I do like to give people a chance to shoot the shit with me if they want. With the extra time I have right now. But again, I got to adjust back to the 8 o'clock more normal starting time soon. Very soon. Though I figure for the couple of weeks I had more free time, more people would want opportunities to say hi, shoot the shit, talk. But yeah, I can't control. And the few people I have around here are quite busy people. Quite busy, but we're going to probably start in a couple of minutes. I'm actually going to start right after the smoke. We'll start on the Dangerous Journey coverage. We'll start with the fluff, go into how to run it. But tomorrow's Star Wars RPG old school. Man, the how to run it stuff. If you need advice from a good game master, hello. How you doing, McFly? I'll take care of you, baby. I'll give you really good advice. Follow what I say will always be good. It can be wise to set a marker and perhaps not stray too much from the topic until it ends. People fall off when things stay off topic for long. Oh, they can. They can. They can. That can happen. Some people fast forward, though, I find. Some people actually fast forward past certain parts. So that part I'm not too bothered by. But yeah, I don't flag off too much as long as even the talk you have is connected to the game or like the movie. I don't mind falling off a bit with that, but I mean, in most movies, like the Clockwork Orange, that almost makes sense to me that you would flake out around topics and talk a bit more. Like it's just, man, it was controversial to cause that on purpose. Almost like I think it would be Black Rose. I would actually say with that movie, if you didn't talk a lot about stuff based on the movie, you'd almost be doing it in injustice. The whole point of the movie is to make you do that. Like the whole point of the movie is to cause deep conversations to be had. To watch a movie like that or talk about it and not go at the wider things it's hitting on, like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, that won't do the same thing. Like it won't cause those conversations, so I'm not worried. But why am I less concerned with the Clockwork Orange movie we covered the other night? Because I think that's a movie that's meant to cause that to happen. Right? It's meant to actually drive at that stuff. In a way, even by talking about that stuff, you're still somewhat connected to the movie. Right? You're still somewhat connected to the movie. So I actually didn't mind that with Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory and the Backroom movies. I just don't see that happening. To me, with the movie talk too, I'm not too concerned. I'm not on this channel with the games. It's a little bit different. Like you notice when I go into the games, I don't get too far off, or we're okay. You're more talking about probably the Clockwork Orange coverage the other night, but I want it to be casual like that. Like I just don't mind. I just have no rules with those streams. So those streams are just, hey, some people enjoy them, some people won't. I'm just not too concerned. That's something. But am I going to take that practice over here to the way I cover the games? No. Most you'll see is after certain parts, I do take a small time out, but it's usually just to have one of these, and then we go back to it. So I don't do that with the games like that. But with the Clockwork Orange, I felt like that was just it was there. But actually, it's a minority. It's just a loud minority. So it's not actually a lot of people there, Black Rose, just to be very clear with you. And how do you know that? Go watch anything where they do go off on things based on small topics like Joe Rogan. He blows that out of the water. But are there louder people in minorities that speak up and you have to hear their complaints more? You just got to not confuse yourself and line up tiny minority complaints that are loud with the majority, because the majority is usually silent. It's so true. The majority really is mostly silent. Most what the majority likes, the way you're going to know it is not what is said. It's the reaction overall. So I look at the reaction as far as like numbers or what I might get on hits or something, more than I'll worry about what people say most of the time. Like, because you see like 3 people complaining, but it's like analytics show you something completely different. You're just like, yeah, okay, go check out the numbers. No, actually, that went well. Oh, maybe that could be a thing. Maybe. Though even between the rundowns for the game here, I'm usually still talking about the game the entire time, so we don't flake off on the gas station talk. So I'm not too worried about the games because I keep talking about them even when I take a small time out from just hitting the thing. The movie, though, is more what you're focused on. That was all over the place. But not really all over the place. It still felt like we were just hitting off the topics because the Clockwork Orange, again, is meant to do that. I don't have no rules on those strings. I'm not too concerned. That channel is hey, if it grows, and it doesn't have to grow off the streams, it can grow off potential future videos I'll do on that one, which I'll be doing some videos very soon, which will be fun. Because having an excuse to start doing videos for the entertainment stuff, where I can actually have the channel focus on that, is going to be good. But that means I got to remove some of the videos that are already on that channel, some old videos. I like them personally. I like my old videos, my old mixed videos of like the animal stuff. I really like playing with that stuff in the past, but they got to go. They will have to go. Sadly, they got to go. Right? Just has to be the way it is. So old videos have to go. So new entertainment videos will start popping up. But it was less effective on this channel because, again, with YouTube's, I don't want to say too much about the algorithm. I don't want to say too much. I don't want to give away too much. I just don't want to give away too much. I know too much about it now, and I got to watch what I say because I know there's a lot of guys around that don't know. They just don't know. They just don't know. They think they know, but they don't know. And you'll know right away by the way they talk. It's like, oh, he doesn't know. Okay. That's why a guy can have like 10,000 subs, make a bunch of shorts that have like 1,000, and then make a short with like 30 views. He's like, what's going on here? And I'm like, the algorithm. They're cheating me. No, the algorithm. YouTube is screwing me. No, the algorithm. And if you're not talking about politics, trust me, there is no reason the algorithm will fuck you in any other way or YouTube will. Like, politics is an exception. There's things that happen there that don't make sense to what I know, but that's in individual cases. For everyone else, it works one way. It's cool to have that approach. Most other reviews and analysis are compact with visuals. Might be appealing many in YouTuber crowd, but love that guy though. Oh, I don't mind that at all. But it's, how can I say, his life becomes YouTube. Like if you just look at the frequency of his videos now compared to back then, but then go look at the stress he has to go through and sleep. Like a lot of things behind the scenes, he'll talk about openly in minimal ways, but it's a lot of work. And you got to remember, at one point, if you can make money on YouTube, you can start paying people, right? But even if you go back to his earliest work, editing is it's not the same. It takes a long time before you start getting frequent videos. So that took a long time to get to the stage where you see him at now. To say to a regular YouTuber without the kind of money he's making, hey, could you do that? No, nor could he. So he couldn't do it. I can't do it. And until he got to the point where he could make the money and have editors come in and everything else, he could not be frequently making videos the way he does. So when you look at how guys perform, you have to take the reality in. Go back to his early content and then look at the lack of frequency. It took a long time. And he had to do a lot of things. Get first, and then having other YouTubers, like that was a YouTuber group that understood not to support flatliners and weren't jealous about people with more talent. So I'm around guys that will support flatliners and don't understand that supporting people with talent, you might help them, but they help you. If I get help and I bring in more people to the audience, more people go to these other guys too. If you go after a flatliner who cannot perform that well, he'll leech off you. He doesn't grow the audience. He goes nowhere. The guys around Critical Drinker did that for him. They didn't get jealous that he might have had more talent for certain things. They let him go up. But you need the support from the bigger YouTubers. You need all of that happening for you to get where he got. To say to a guy who's not in that position, who doesn't get the help, who doesn't have that kind of money coming in, well, hey, man, it'd be really nice if you could. I can't, nor could he. That's why his videos were so infrequent. I mean, at one point, he's bringing out videos once every 3 to 4 weeks. Look at the frequency now. And it would still take him editing time, and it was very little editing compared to what he does now. And most of his upgraded editing that you like comes from him having money and support to get the editors to do that. So, oh yeah, casual. I mean, I don't mind upgrading, but it's really, you got to be careful. See, there's some rules I don't know that he does too. That's another thing. So I need education. Like he has a formal education about certain content gimmicks that I don't understand. So I'd have to take some time to learn that. It's good to have more casual review analysts. Well, a lot of guys, for a long time, some guys barely have clips going into their videos at the start. Still takes them a long time. I don't mind upgrading what I do as I go up, but I got to see people like what I have to say. And remember, when I was doing it on this channel before, that's before I understood the algorithm. So I've only learned the algorithm like properly in the last month. And now I get the game. So I'm playing to the game. But I didn't know it beforehand. So anything you see me do beforehand where you're going, oh, that's different. Right? This channel will be different. We'll see if people like what I have to say. And that's the casual, slow growth there. And if it's more this, I lean more into it. But it's hard to commit here when I have to, at one point, go back out the door and work really hard in life. So time is very limited to what I can do here. And so, and even for those guys, that's why they were so infrequent with their content in the past. Now they don't have to work. But at one point, they had to go work, be busy with life, be torn to pieces, come back and try to do the content. Very challenging. It's just a lot of people that are the viewers, like a lot of people that view YouTube, all their opinions, almost all of it, usually is wrong. It's all based on assumptions. Now, some things you can get slightly right, but most things are assumptions. And it's like that minority view. You have to be careful as a YouTuber. If you see like 10 guys saying something, I mean, that could seem like it's credible, but then you go watch your analytics and like, wait, that one's doing good. And basically, if what they're saying is true or has any weight, this can't be going on. So basically, what you start finding out is a lot of the smaller, not majority voices, loud voices where that's usually a minority speaking up very strongly. Politics knows this well too. That's why when you think all these people are coming up, there's so many people speaking out against this, but there's nothing going on. And then you go watch a vote and the guy still wins. It's because most of the people you're hearing are a minority. And the guy is still winning because the real numbers are showing him because there's a silent majority. That's why that term is used quite often. The majority are usually the people that are actually happy with what you do. Some will just talk to you and be more laid back, a few. But the majority of people that like you say nothing. The majority that like things are quiet and don't say a word. They watch like it's TV. Like you go watch TV, you don't sit there and have to type everything out to people like, hey, I don't like you, just watch what you like. A lot of people are still like that even with YouTube. They just watch. They just watch and they watch and they watch. That's why if you notice Black Rose, some guys watch pretty frequently around here. On very odd nights, they'll say something, but most nights they're still here watching. Right? It's because I'm a TV character. I'm doing a show for them. Right? This is not YouTube the way. Now, there are some guys out here. Squirrel, geez, I haven't seen you in a while. I bet you know, but Dangerous Journey, Squirrel. When I hit on certain games, I know that's when you're going to peek around. Dangerous Journeys by Gary Gygax. Mythos, 1992. It's a shame we couldn't get more out of the game. But we know the deal. So what did Gary Gygax do when you left TSR? Dangerous Journeys. Actually, now that you're here and Black Rose is here, let's do it. Welcome. Okay, so starting a bit early tonight, we're going to go into the influence, the fluff first. Dangerous Journeys, 1992, influences and birth of the game. Gary Gygax after TSR. The birth of Dangerous Journeys begins with Gary Gygax's departure from TSR in the mid-1980s. After losing control of the company he helped create, Gygax spent several years working on new projects and eventually began designing an entirely new role-playing game system. Rather than making another version, oh yeah, got some of those. Rather than making another version of D&D, he wanted to build a game from the ground up using lessons he learned since the 1970s. Dangerous Journeys became Gary Gygax's first major fantasy RPG after leaving TSR, and is often viewed as his attempt to show what a role-playing game designed entirely under his control would look like. So this is a game where the idea is, what if you didn't have David Arneson, right? What if you didn't have a team behind Gary? What if Gary could just call every shot there is for a role-playing game? Dangerous Journeys is an attempt for him to show that off to you. Influence: Infinite Adventures. Before Dangerous Journeys existed, Gygax had already been discussing a broader role-playing project known as Infinite Adventures. The idea was not simply to create another fantasy RPG. Instead, Gygax envisioned a family of role-playing games sharing common foundation while exploring different genres. Sounds like GURPS, doesn't it, baby? Or even something in the vein of, Plenium, right? Right. So it's, let me say that again. So it's the idea was not to simply create another fantasy RPG. Instead, Gygax envisioned a family of role-playing games sharing a common foundation while exploring different genres. It's not GURPS, but you can see where the GURPS is. This is my Neo TTRPG system is no different. It's having one system behind a variety of different genres. I'm doing this. This is how I do it. I'm doing the update for the Skullhorn soon, the whole revamp with new rules. Oh, it's going to be good. And then Invasion, I'm even doing my space game all based on this. Plenium did something similar. GURPS does it. I've done it. Gary Gygax is doing it. It's not bad. It's not a bad idea. Even PC games are well known for having similar controls for a lot of different games, because why have to always relearn the wheel to play a tabletop role-playing game? Fantasy was intended to be only one part of a much larger project. And remember, I'm doing my non-fantasy, so I'll be doing 4 systems. My non-fantasy one's going to be interesting too, which is industrial age, Victorian romance type of timeline. No magic, no fantasy at all. That's going to be real. So fantasy was intended to be only one part of a much larger project. Dangerous Journeys would become the vehicle for this vision. Mythos was planned as the fantasy branch, while other games covering horror and additional genres were expected to follow. Although the line was cut short by legal battles, the roots of Dangerous Journey can be found in this earlier ambition to create a multi-genre role-playing game system. Expanding beyond AD&D. One of the biggest influences behind Mythos was Gygax's desire to move beyond the design limitations and assumptions of AD&D. Compared to AD&D, Mythos featured a far larger skill system, greater character customization, less dependence on rigid class restrictions, detailed social status and background systems, more realistic treatment of professions and cultures, extensive combat and task resolution mechanics. In many ways, Mythos represents Gygax's moving towards simulation design. Rather than creating a game focused on fast dungeon adventures, he created a game intended to model a living world in significant detail. There were some hints towards that with the tournament style, the shared worlds, but he's now doing this in a very different way with this game, or intending to. A move towards greater complexity by the early 1990s. Many role-playing games were experimenting with streamlined rules and easier character creation. Gygax deliberately moved in the opposite direction. Mythos became one of the most detailed fantasy RPGs published by a major company. Character creation, skills, professions, social standing, combat, and magic all received extensive mechanical support. The game expected players to engage with a large amount of information, and rewarded mastery of its systems. For some players, this depth became one of the game's greatest strengths. For others, it became one of the reasons Mythos developed a reputation for being intimidating to learn. Regardless of opinion, the game's complexity was intentional rather than accidental. This is an old school designer guy, guess what? He just didn't care. He's not making a game. He's old school. He is not making a game for the casual, drooling person. So I think this is actually him saying, I'm not making this for the majority. This is him leaning back into that old school mindset of, hey, I don't care about the majority. I'm making it for hobbyists, for people that take this serious. Right? History and mythology. Unlike many fantasy RPGs of the era, Mythos was heavily influenced by real-world history, mythology, folklore, and ancient civilizations. The setting Aerith is essentially an alternate version of Earth, where myths, legends, lost civilizations, and magic are real. Atlantis, ancient Egypt, legendary kingdoms, and supernatural folklore all coexist within the setting. Gygax drew upon extensive historical reading and research when he was developing the world. This gave Mythos a very different feel from Greyhawk or Forgotten Realms. It was fantasy, but fantasy rooted in distorted history rather than a completely invented world. Multi-genre ambition. Dangerous Journeys was never intended to be just a fantasy game. Gygax envisioned a broader role-playing system capable of supporting multiple genres. Fantasy was only the first step. One plan game was Unhallowed, a horror RPG that would have used the same underlying framework. Additional settings and genres were expected to follow. This ambition can be traced directly back to the earlier Infinite Adventures concept and demonstrates that Mythos was intended to be the foundation of a much larger game line. From Dangerous Dimensions to Dangerous Journeys. The game was originally going to be called Dangerous Dimensions, but before publications, TSR objected to the title, arguing that the initials D&D were too similar to D&D. To avoid legal problems, the name was changed to Dangerous Journeys before release. This was an earlier sign of the legal battles that would soon dominate the game's history. TSR lawsuit. It's when TSR was suing everyone back in the day. Dangerous Journey Mythos was published by Game Designers Workshop in 1992. Shortly after publication, TSR launched legal action against the game. TSR argued that Dangerous Journeys infringed upon D&D related intellectual property. Gygax and many observers disagreed. Nothing that Mythos deliberately avoided D&D terminology. Noting. That's a misspelling on my nothing. Apologize about that. Okay. So noting that Mythos deliberately avoided D&D terminology and used its own unique systems and language. Although an initial injunction failed, the legal battle continued. The cost of the lawsuit damaged the line's future, scared away business partners, and ultimately led to a settlement in which TSR acquired the rights to Dangerous Journeys and Mythos. The game line was effectively ended after only a handful of products. Why Dangerous Journey is remembered. Dangerous Journey remains one of the great what-if stories in role-playing game history. It is remembered because it was Gary Gygax's first major RPG after leaving TSR. His attempt to build a deeper and more simulation-orientated fantasy role-playing game, a setting rooted in alternate history, mythology, and folklore. The first step in a planned multi-genre RPG system, the center of one of the most famous legal disputes in tabletop gaming history. For many, Mythos is a fascinating It is fascinating because it offers a glimpse into how Gary Gygax's design philosophy evolved after AD&D. The game line's short lifespan means that much of its legacy comes not from what it became, but from what it might have become if it had been allowed to continue. Isn't that like crazy? That TSR sued him over a game that's not even TSR in the making. And somehow they got the rights to his game. Like they took his game away from him. I thought that was a little crazy. So that's the fluff. That's some history there. On now, before I get into character creation, how to run it, I'll go back to back on that. I want some people to take in what I just said. If there is any comments on anything I just said, go ahead, share them. That's good. Let's talk about that. I might even talk about some of it. The GURPS idea. The idea behind GURPS that I talked about recently is not new. Look at World of Darkness, wanting to have multiple games in a line. It's the same thing for this. It was doing something different than what TSR had done. TSR did start out with the idea of sort of multiple games, but it was like individual games, right? It seems like history repeats itself. This is no tactic from corporations, especially nowadays. Yep. Constantly suing. You have to watch out with everything you do in a game. For multiple reasons. Kill competition, stuff like this, right? And with a game with Gary Gygax's name behind it, I could see how they get a little worried, especially when TSR is barely hanging on. They want everything to go their way. They want to be the centerpiece company. Like that was like WotC. WotC wants to be the centerpiece. They want to be the main gimmick in the hobby. Like you can exist if you play on the frame, on the edges. Like World of Darkness, okay, some competition doesn't hurt, but that competition can't overtake them. It's a control factor over the entire thing. But the concepts with GURPS being having one gaming system where it's one set of rules so you don't get to relearn the wheel, but now I can give you all these different genres. It was creativity by designers. Designers didn't have to give you a whole set of new rules every time you went to play a new game. Like I like the idea that you have to give some new rules for different things, but if you're going to play this game with a different genre, it's cool that you already know the dice system from the first game, so that I don't got to reteach you that, and then it becomes a little bit quicker to get you in. He had no problem making a hard-to-learn game, and then building on that to keep customers happy and slowly building up, like sort of a grinding thing to bring in hobbyists instead of casuals. Gygax was not a big fan of casuals, and he sympathized when he brought out AD&D 1E. I seen where he talked about it. Hobbyists would write him and say, "You're making it that casuals can come into the hobby." Like these were like more elite people that were really pissed off at TSR and Gary for making a game that started with because Frank Metzner and Mulvey start realizing most of the guys that crossed over were not wargamers. So we have very few around D&D that are hobbyist wargamers, but they own it. It is theirs. They feel this is their attitudes about this, and they don't want to have to pick from casual people that don't know the games that well, because there's a lot of heat. The games are really hard. And why were they pissed? See, I talk about tournament play being amateur hour. Back in the real old school era, this is not controversial. This is the way a lot of guys felt. So even though I say it now, there's a lot of YouTubers around here that like AD&D 1, raw tournament thing with the modules. That was not the case back in the day. It's a whole new view of it. Back then, Gary got letters because they understood right away. Raw means mediocre people can run the game. A focus on raw with modules means guys with no skills can run AD&D or D&D. And they were still like, what about the sandbox? What about skill? What about talent? We are hobbyists, people that take this serious. We just don't want a hobby that brings in casual people. Wargaming was the same way. That's why wargamers love their wargame stuff. Why are wargamers like? Why do they feel like it's so? Like, why were they a little pissed at Warhammer? Warhammer got some heat from wargamers. Why? Because it felt like it might bring in more casual people. And wargamers are like, no, we're elites. We do not want unserious people playing these games ever. Wargamers are dead serious on this shit. You come in, you're half-assed. Yeah. See the door there? Go. But I just want to be casual. No. Go play a video game. Go play Monopoly and fuck off. Right? That's the way hobbyists were with D&D. Like certain hobbyists, they were just like that for years with Original going somewhat into BECME. But then Mulvey and Frank Metzner realized that the majority of potential new customers were not wargamers. So what do? They clean up the language for more casual people. And by the time you update to AD&D 1E, you get tournament play, you get raw. So remember, D&D is meant to be a generic think out of the box type of game. AD&D 1E has a tournament style with raw, where the book is king, and modules to take up for you making your own adventures. Like, what the fuck? And what they knew what that meant. Tom, Dick, or Harry with no talent could walk in and run a game. And they were like, absolutely not. We don't need more. See, TSR realizes if we are to draw more people in and keep them, we need more people to run the game. There are only so many people running the game, and that takes talent. Few people run the game. Well, what do you do if you get a surplus of players with very few people run the game because it takes talent? You make a system that allows people with no talent at all to run the game. And that was the secret. That's why tournament play was so important. That's why that concept of raw and modules becomes so important to the growth of D&D as far as getting customers. Gary Gygax got shitloads of letters from guys. And he talks about this openly, like when he was alive. He got letters from guys shitting down his fucking neck for fucking... But he almost agreed. When he left, he was a bit sour about the whole thing. He almost agreed. But they did. But the shared world gimmick, on the other hand, not the raw thing, but the shared world gimmick, the gimmick he liked. But he agreed with the outcome of his gimmick the way it went with D&D. So what you're getting here is him looking at Dangerous Journeys going, how can I apply that gimmick without the generic DM? And that's Dangerous Journeys. That's the whole thing with Dangerous Journeys. How do I do something more in the vein of what I wanted without making people that have no skill able to run it? That's the big push with Dangerous Journeys. You might not like that. That's real history. Gary was a hobbyist, just like the guys that complained. Some guys don't like hearing this stuff. I know, but I'm just telling you real history. People forget Gary was a wargamer. It's not like he didn't have the same feeling. People forget this part. He was a wargamer. But he was also running a business. It's a weird thing because he's smart enough to be a wargamer and has an attitude, but he's also smart enough to be a bit more into the business realm. Wanting to make movies, wanting to sell the game more. It's imagine you have a clash of your own personality. You got two Garys. You got Gary the wargamer, who doesn't want the amateur in the seat of the DM. That's why you notice, here's what's weird. Tournament play, raw, modules, the most untalented person can run the game. But what does Gary say in the Dungeon Master Guide? Mainly for the at-home game. Not for the tournament game, but for the at-home game. What's his comment? DM is king. This is Gary was contradicting his statements all the time. Why did that happen? Because there's two Gary Gygaxes. Businessman, wargamer. Wargamer says, fuck tournament play, fuck raw, fuck modules, the DM is king. But if raw is your focus, the book is king. He contradicted himself all the time, and that's why people don't get, like they'd say, Why do you always contradict himself? Because you had two Garys. Gary that wanted to do TSR, the company business, and Gary the geek, nerd, wargamer. And the worst thing is the wargamer can't win. If the wargamer wins, you can't have TSR. Isn't that fucked up? If the wargamer wins, you can't have TSR. So that's why I think this game is so important in history. In a moment, as soon as I've done this, we're going to get into how to run it. I'm going to go straight through character creation and even into setting. At the end, I'll finish off by talking about the mechanics overall. I got a special rundown for just the mechanics and stuff, and we'll go over that in detail. But this is good. But I'm just telling you the real history with Gary here. Why did he have so many contradicting statements? Because there's two Garys you're always talking to. Would he always openly admit this? I don't think he would. When I talked to him on Dragon's Foot, I'd ask, and I tested this on purpose without calling him out. I'd ask him a question as like an old school hobbyist DM. He would agree. And I'd ask him a question that would have to be alternative to that. And he would also agree. Like he would also play to that. I'm like, it's two Garys. There's two Gary Gygaxes. Good businessman, better than most of the nerds in that screw themselves. And then Gary the nerd. Gary the nerd. Problem is, Gary fucked himself. To me, I would have said, Gary, pick one lane and go with it. You can't pick both. Yeah, and that's the worst thing. That's why WotC outperformed him as far as a company and making money with D&D. They picked a lane. They did. They simply picked a lane and went down it. And we can all curse them out and hate them forever, but it is what it is. They picked a lane and went down. Gary should have picked a lane. Do the business shit or be the nerd. You can't have both because they contradict each other. The nerd side of them would put TSR out of business. The business side of them would keep TSR going. Here's a guy who allowed the clash to happen so the TSR would go up and down, up and down, up and down. Like, tournament play should have been the only play if you're going to do it and not the at-home game. A big example. All right. Dangerous Journeys. If you're ever going to run this game, I ran it. This is the part you definitely want to listen to. How to run Dangerous Journeys Mythos. One of the biggest mistakes a new Mythos referee can make is trying to run it like AD&D. Don't do that at all. Don't confuse yourself because it's Gygax's game. While both games share some of Gygax's design DNA, Mythos aims for a very different style of play. The game rewards detail, preparation, social interaction, investigation, and character expertise far more than simple dungeon crawling. The referee should approach Mythos as a living world simulator rather than a sequence of encounters. Run Aerith, not generic fantasy. This is where it's really going to get away from D&D. Aerith is one of the defining features of Mythos. Do not treat it as a generic fantasy world where kingdoms, monsters, and magic simply exist because fantasy games are expected to have them. Aerith is an alternative Earth where mythology, folklore, hidden history, and lost civilizations are real. Atlantis exists. So what I'm saying is approach the world like there's a standard to it, not just, hey, I need a place to run my game with the monster. No, you want to learn the lore, you want to learn the background, take it in as a setting that is meant to be gotten right rather than being a generic place for you to run games. Ancient legends may contain truth. Folklore can be rooted in reality. Historical events might hide supernatural explanations. The more the campaign embraces these ideas, the more it feels like Mythos rather than another fantasy RPG. So this is, imagine if Gary was making one of the many games outside of D&D. This is it. It's almost like anti-D&D, right? D&D is meant to be generic, so you, the game master, can sort of get what you want out of it. This is him setting something different up and going back to the old school of wargamer and wanting that feel. He wants you to feel the world in a way that D&D sort of got away from, and many of the wargamer games didn't. They ran towards feel and experience. This is him as if he were, imagine if he were one of those people instead of just Gygax, the D&D guy. Treat the world as a real place. Aerith works best when it feels like a functioning world rather than a collection of adventure locations. Cities should have politics. Guilds should compete with one another. Religions should influence daily life. Trade routes should matter. Nobles should have ambitions. Characters are operating inside societies that react to their actions. The more believable the world becomes, the stronger the campaign will feel. How you do this is not just by making the characters run into this. You can't always do that. It's what characters are going to see. So it's how you present places, right? Like an NPC might explain the place. They're going to see, you can say that you see NPCs doing this around town, or how a law is. Or when you get to the church, or if you have to go to the church for any reason, a priest isn't just some random priest in the game. He's someone there to represent the church, what it does, what it's about to say. And every opportunity from letting players see stuff with their characters happening in front of them, to them interacting with something or talking to an NPC who can tell them about the place, you want to keep bringing it to life. And it's not that hard. They can see people being arrested. They can see the church walking through the town doing a speech where people are listening. They can see how politics are a big thing. There's the politician, talking to the people trying to get votes. If players aren't seeing this with their characters, if you're not putting this in front of them, if you're not having NPCs tell them about the place, if they're not interacting with the stuff, the place doesn't become that thing. So it's not hard. You just got to actively do it. That's the difference. You got to actively do it. So it's not really challenging at all, but a lot of DMs, a lot of game masters, don't just do that. You're just in a town. You walk around. They tell you about some cool stuff. That's it. Huh? Right? Or they push forward what they think their town, whatever they've made up, is going to be. That's not what you're doing here. Anytime you're reading about the stuff with Aerith and the places and what they're like, you establish that stuff through feel. And that is part of getting feel. And social interaction is a big thing here. So unlike you running to a dungeon, this is like many other non-D&D games where social interaction, walking around towns and cities, become a vital part of the game. Many DMs with D&D did that, right, in old school, but old school didn't always assist with it. It almost reminds me of 5e. 5e, if you really look at it, is the sort of, it's bad for combat, but it is a dungeon crawl game. Yet many people, because they see Matt Mercer use it, they play it like it's some story game, like it's a story-focused game. It's not. It's not like Pendragon or Castle-focused at all. It's a complete board game, right? It has nothing to do with storytelling. It's a dungeon crawl game. That's all 5e is. But people bring ideas from the outside. Old school D&D, people would do games in cities and towns where there's no supportive stuff coming from TSR to support that approach or gameplay in any detailed way. Use character backgrounds. Something D&D was always, even in the actual D&D material, would say, you just write a few lines down, develop it as you go. No, Gary went old school here. He goes, use character backgrounds. Mythos places far more emphasis on social status, education, profession, and upbringing than many fantasy RPGs. So, my oh my, he leaned hard into social interaction, version of role play, and character development. My oh my, what an alternative walk away. Like AD&D almost doesn't emphasize it at all, just naturally happens over time. Second edition emphasizes character development. When you get Gary's game with Dangerous Journeys, he does more than second edition does with it. He wants you to develop a character in like a week or two. Really focus on social interaction. Big part of the world. Do not ignore these details. A noble should encounter opportunities available to commoners. A noble should encounter opportunities unavailable to commoners. Sorry, unavailable. That's misspelled there. A scholar should possess knowledge others lack. A priest should have influence with religious circles. A merchant should have access to trade networks and contacts. Allow character backgrounds to shape adventures, opportunities throughout the campaign. So if you're playing a scholar, you're playing a noble, you're playing a priest, they should have these things. They should have connections. Like a noble should encounter opportunities unavailable to commoners. Right? So if that's in the background of the character, it's okay to play to it. A scholar should possess knowledge others lack. You know about this, the others don't. Most people around here don't. A priest should have influence with religious circles. Well, your characters are getting shit on, but your priest steps, the priest steps out, hey, these people are with me, but and have the other priests go, oh, hello, like a complete social. It doesn't mean there's a bow down, but you go from your guys are getting shit on to now he's ready to talk. Right? So, like, make it real. Merchants should have access to trade networks and contacts. So it's okay to make sure the merchant has actual contacts, has access to knowledge about the networks. Allow character backgrounds to shape adventures and opportunities throughout the campaign. So character backgrounds, unlike old D&D where they're not too concerned about it, this is Gary's very different here. He's like, no, background is a core piece of the pie, baby. All right? Let professions matter. Profession is not simply a label on a character sheet. It is one of the defining elements of a mythos character. A knight should approach problems differently than a merchant. A scholar should approach problems differently than a magician. A craftsman should possess expertise unavailable to a noble. The differences matter. That's what he wants you to note as a game master in this game. The differences matter. A player playing a knight should approach something differently than a merchant. If the guy playing the knight is trying to haggle for a price, what? Dude, no. Right? No. Whenever possible, create situations where character professions become important. Players should feel that their chosen role in society matters beyond combat ability. He doesn't teach it that well with Dangerous Journeys, but I'll teach it to you right now. I'll give you some heads up. So, what is it saying? Players should feel like their chosen roles in society matters beyond combat ability. Well, that's important, but this is what you call a sort of form of spotlighting when you get to the social area. Make sure when people are walking up, what they can do matters beyond just fighting. Fighting is not just it's not like the core of the game. Very important. This is not D&D. This is more like a real world, like many of the games inside D&D. This is not about running around just getting into encounters. This is Gary showing you that he would be more like all the other designers outside of TSR. That's what this game is all about, him, not having a team, not Dave Arneson. What would a game look like if it was Gary Gygax? Dangerous Journeys. Let skills solve problems. For a lot of guys say skills are no good. Completely opposite here. Completely opposite. Player skill is important, but it doesn't mean skills are a problem. Skills are not problems for players. It gives them knowledge and ideas. It's more challenging to the DM in D&D. Most DMs won't tell you that part. There's nothing wrong with them. It just makes their job harder. They don't want you to have skills to work with because it's less ideas they got to deal with. That's the fucking truth. For more simple, that's what you call the tournament role play guys. Guys that can't handle DMing or game mastering at all. They prefer you to not have it skills. It's just the truth. Many fantasy RPGs default to combat whenever a challenge appears. Mythos encourages a broader approach, as did D&D in many ways, but it is to avoid most combat. Negotiation, investigation, research, craftsmanship, travel, diplomacy, professional expertise. So I want you to focus on other areas of the game. Combat's not a main piece. Combat's like a punishment, right? It's a consequence of you making mistakes rather than being something that's a core piece of the pie. Because you're here to experience the world and live as a character, right? Be the character, be in the world. Well, you've heard me say all this shit many times before, but here's Gary making a game that does it. Many challenges should be solved through character knowledge, not just player knowledge, and skills rather than violence. Combat should be one solution among many. And a very rare solution should just mean you screwed up in many cases. Like what the game is going to tell you is, man, try everything before you get to this. Like this should mean that, oops, you made a boo-boo. Use investigation and discovery. Some of the best Mythos adventures revolve around uncovering information. So you want investigation and discovery to be very important to the game. Having players look for stuff, discover things about the lore, discover things about maybe what they're doing. But here are some ideas. Some of the best Mythos adventures revolve around uncovering information about like ancient secrets, forgotten civilizations, and all this knowledge will be in the game. So it's not hard to find this stuff. And then just remember, you don't got to do lore dumps, and purposely you don't want to. Forgotten civilizations, historical mysteries, lost knowledge, hidden magical truths. The process of learning something important should often be the adventure itself. So this is a good way. He doesn't say it clearly, but this is a good way to, instead of doing major lore dump, you only do lore dump for the basic local area, town, city, whatever. And then they can learn much about the world as they're going into it. And you can use them trying to learn that lore as ways to create things they're doing, jobs, adventures, discoveries, looking for relics, whatever. Or at least have that information hints around that they can choose to do that. Characters who gather information, conduct research, and follow clues should gain meaningful advantages. Discovery is one of the game's greatest strengths. So basically, when they try to do research, right, and they take on the interesting clues, and you make sure they're there, don't make research and attempts to gather information meaningless. Really open the door for that to become something. Here's a great clue. Oh, wow, it's leading somewhere. So don't make it a nothing burger. Clue should lead to something that really seems like there's something there. And so make sure that's valuable information. When they make the attempt, you reward them. Discovery is one of the game's greatest strengths. Really draws on that being part of the game, major ways. Reward planning. Mythos tends to reward careful preparation. Players who investigate dangers, gather information, secure resources, build alliances, and formulate plans should generally perform better than those who rush into problems. Basically, you want to keep giving them advantages for doing this stuff. You reward the gameplay you want. But that's an important idea. Reward the gameplay you want. Don't carelessly ever, like if you see players playing the game the way you want and you're not making that beneficial to that experience, you're not stimulating that gameplay, and then later they stop playing that way, that's why. Your players will start giving up if they make an attempt and they feel like they get nothing for their attempt. Do not do that. Right? So basically what I'm going to say is allow preparation to matter. If players spend time learning about an enemy or researching a situation, those efforts should create real advantages, pluses, knowledge to secrets, backdoors, easier to get to the thing. Make it feel like they're getting something real, that it really is beneficial. If they didn't get this, it wouldn't be easier on them. They wouldn't have the thing there. So make sure that's real. Use combat, as I said, as a consequence, not a habit. Combat exists in Mythos, but the game often rewards understanding a situation before drawing a weapon. So combat is sort of like a punishment, consequence. Like, oops, you didn't pay attention? Here comes some combat, right? That's exactly what it is. You shouldn't be running at combat. It's not an aim of the game. It's not a major focus. It's a punishment. Who is the enemy? What resources do they possess? What weaknesses can be exploited? What information can be learned beforehand? Characters who gather knowledge and prepare properly should usually fare better than those who immediately resort to violence. Combat works best when it feels like the result of meaningful decisions rather than a routine encounter. So you just want to make sure that combat is it's not bad. It's not bad in the game. It's actually okay. But again, the game is not about focusing on that. So if you want combat to work out where it's not as deadly as it is, what you do is you prep going in. You make sure you know who enemies are. You make sure you know how to get the best on them. Any hints, it's all part of the research should come towards this. Make sure your players are paying attention. Hey, your enemies have a weakness here. Here's how you can get around them. Here's what happens if you take a leader like this down. The other guys will take off. They'll break. That will be the easy part, right? Embrace politics and factions. Politics are not the focus of every Mythos campaign, but they are important to the part of Aerith, or important part of Aerith. Nobles seek influence. Religious organizations pursue their own goals. Guilds compete for wealth and power. Secret societies operate behind the scenes. Foreign powers have competing interests. Create factions with clear objectives and allow player actions to affect the balance between them. This helps the world feel alive, create adventure, opportunity naturally. Meaning, if you're going around doing a job for someone, who are you doing the job for? Oh, is it going to benefit them? Who could it hurt? Who might want to question that type of work going on, right? So it just, again, you want players to be encountering this. So you want them to hear this from the NPC going to hire them. All right, we got to keep this a secret from this other group. And have them see foreign groups trying to do stuff in the town, trying to give them like a deal, like, hey guys, it's like, oh, they're not even from here. What's going on? So there's ways of either seeing them doing this with NPCs just out in the streets for no reason, have them doing it towards the characters, have NPCs giving information. You just make sure you're communicating all this to people, to your player characters, and then having them see some of the stuff in the world having an effect. Like how you can't just say you're going to go do this. You got to be quiet about it, right? And if you're not quiet about it, you can cause controversy where now another group wants to follow you. So now you do have people on your tail following what you're doing, right? So make that all a reality. And actually, to me, it's quite interesting and fun, right? Use history and mythology. History and mythology are not merely sources of inspiration in mythos. They are part of the setting's reality. Ancient myths may be true. Legendary civilizations may have existed. Folklore may hide genuine dangers. Historical mysteries may conceal magical explanations, draw heavily from mythology, folklore, lost kingdoms, secret societies, and ancient cultures. The more these elements appear in play, the more mythos distinguishes itself from traditional fantasy settings. It's what I've been drilling on from the get-go, but the history and mythology of the place is really important. You want to make sure that people are actually hearing about this stuff. So it's like they're not just like an inspiration. They're key to why things are the way they are, right? Like they may be true. Legendary civilizations may have existed. Folklore may hide genuine dangers, right? Historical mysteries may conceal magical explanations, right? Like it's like, how do we get in here? Well, there's a secret to get into that place. That goes along with the research. So that research part, remember this, you want to lean into this part too. It's all about bringing stuff to life. And if you don't do these things, players won't feel them. You might not think it's that important, but it really is. Really is. All right? Encourage long-term campaigns. Mythos shines in long-term campaigns. Characters should build reputations, gain influence, develop relationships, acquire property, join organizations, become involved in major events, allow the consequences of player actions to shape the world over time. The game becomes richer as the campaign grows. Meaning, it's okay for characters to gain actual influence here politically. Develop relationships with important people where they can actually affect how a place is functioning. Acquire important property or just property overall. That's where your home is. Join organizations. Now you're helping that weaker organization overcome, or become more stronger than others. Become involved in major events. The major events are going on. Get in on it. Pay attention, care. if you like, let players know that they have an effect on these things, not just that they're nobodies. Like, oh, they're originally nobodies. They start off as exactly as not somebody perfectly known, but make it that it's not impossible to become part of what's actually happening. Like the change reality as it is. So allow consequences of player actions to shape the world over time. So it's a game master. You're going to say, well, you're just a character. I'm not going to let you change. No, let them have an effect on the thing. That's what Gary wants you to do with this game. He believes by allowing player characters to have a bigger effect on the world in this way, really have impact off what they're doing, is a way to adjust the world, but it's going to bring the players in. It's going to make it more colorful. Do not fear complexity. Many referees become intimidated by Mythos' reputation for complexity. You do not need to master every subsystem immediately. Learn the core mechanics first. Introduce additional rules as they become relevant. Many successful Mythos campaigns never used every subsystem in the game. Focus on the rules that support your campaign and gradually expand your understanding. At the end of this, I will go into the actual core rules, so we can go over some of the details, right? It's for the game mastering part, it's not like I got to teach you about the rule. I got to teach you how to run it. This is about how to run it, right? That's why it's called How to Run. How to run is it's not me. I don't got to tell you how to roll a dice, do I? You pick up a dice and you roll it. So unless rolling that dice had something to do with exactly how to run it outside of just applying a mechanic, that's not the advice you're getting. How to run. How to run is to tell you what to do if pacing's important, if other things are important. That's the focus here. The heart of Mythos. The most successful Mythos campaign treats Aerith as a living world rather than a game board. So again, it's not like just something repeat. You want things to affect and change and really go on. Time is passing. Things disappear from places. You want this to be a living world in that way, just for your characters anyway. It's almost like the idea of one-to-one time, right? For the shared world stuff. He's not looking for a shared world here, but this is to make sure that you're not stuck in one timeline. Let weather change. Let time pass properly. Focus on it. Care about it. Characters should be more than adventurers. They should be scholars, nobles, merchants, priests, explorers, magicians, diplomats, and influential figures operating within a believable society that you make believable by bringing it to life the way I've suggested here. Mythos is less about clearing rooms and more about understanding a world. So this is role-playing who the character is and character development more than board gaming, through a fucking dungeon. This is telling you what Gary was really all about, and that was more money. That was more of a scam than you think. Most of this stuff was not hinted until you hit second edition. And what did I say? I made several videos in the past saying second edition is more Gary Gygax than AD&D 1E. The mindset of Gary and me. People are like, second edition is against Gary. I'm like, I already knew about Dangerous Journeys when I made these videos. So I'm like, no, this is second edition is more the mindset of Gary Gygax than AD&D 1E is. And I knew, but I didn't say anything about Dangerous Journeys. I just knew about Dangerous Journeys. And what you know about Dangerous Journeys, this is him if he wasn't working with other people. If he didn't have to deal with Dave Arneson and all these other people, this is what he wanted to make. So when I said second edition is more in the mindset of Gary Gygax, I fucking meant it. And stuff like this backs that up 1,000,000%. Right? When anybody who says second edition is an insult towards Gary, I don't know. I don't know exactly where that comes from, and I don't believe it, to be honest. I just don't buy it. More likely, they seen this game after they sued him, and some of the ideas from this game, concepts, were pushed towards second edition. I wouldn't be surprised. Especially the character development stuff. That was really important in 2E and didn't exist in 1E. The Heart of Mythos. The most successful Mythos campaign, like I said, treats it like a living world. Characters should be adventurous. They should be this. Mythos is less about clearing rooms and more about understanding the world. So this is the part where I was laying out. When the world feels alive and players' decisions create lasting consequences, Mythos delivers the style of role-playing Gary Gygax was attempting to create. A detailed fantasy world where knowledge, status, planning, discovery, and expertise can be just as powerful as a sword. If you ever run this game and you go back and listen to that, what I just told you, and if you think, man, that was sort of vague. No, it won't be vague. It won't be nothing. I'm not doing that yet, but it won't be vague. It won't be nothing. I guarantee you that is solid advice. It's good advice for a lot of games out there. It's good advice for a lot of games out there because a lot of games outside of D&D want you to experience the world. And the only way to do that is to make things happen. You can't just tell somebody what the world is like before the game or give little bits of it. Little bits are nothing. They read the setting, then they might run into something. Right? No, you have to have things happening that they can see it, and you got to make that a thing. Right? That's how players get into it, feel it, start understanding it. Most game masters that are average don't do that. Being real. Okay, character creation. Character creation in Mythos is one of the most detailed parts of the entire game. Players are not simply choosing a race, class, and a few pieces of equipment. Instead, they are building a complete individual with a social position, profession, education, talents, strengths, weaknesses, and a place within the world of Aerith. The process can seem intimidating at first, but it reflects one of the game's central goals, creating characters who feel like real people rather than a collection of combat statistics. I know this sounds like stuff you've heard me say about other games. It's still true about this one, though. And it's hard to say it another way. And what you come to find out is Gary was more the war gamer mindset than you think most people think. When you look at TSR, that's a team trying to do a business. Here's Gary trying to make a game just as a war gamer for hobbyists. Right? Right? So it starts sounding very familiar to other games made by war gamers that disagree with D&D. In a way, you might even look at Dangerous Journeys as sort of like anti-Dungeons and Dragons. Right? Start with the concept. Before touching the rules, it helps to decide who the character is. Are they a noble knight, a merchant, a scholar, a priest, a wandering adventurer, a magician, a craftsman, a military officer? Mythos works best when players think about a character's role in society first and their game statistics second. The character's profession, education, social standing, and background will influence many later decisions. Choose a human character. Unlike many fantasy RPGs, Mythos is primarily built around humanity. How many D&D people said, "I'd just rather play humans"? Well, here it is. Characters are generally human beings living in the world of Aerith. The game's focus is not on selecting from numerous fantasy species, but on exploring different cultures, professions, and social positions within human society. This reinforces the game's historical and mythological atmosphere. Natural ability and aptitude. So let's go back to a few of these other parts over right quick. So you want to understand, when I say like a noble knight, a merchant, it's choose that before you even start into the character creation. Like, get yourself into the mindset of what that means for this game, right? When you're choosing a human character, so choose a human character, it's just choosing a human character. You want to know what kind of person you want to be. Because there's a variety of societies. You read up on those a bit, get a little bit on that, and choose one that is going to fit what you want, like a type of human or human culturally, right? What they're going to be. Okay. Very important to understand the basics, clear that up. Natural ability and aptitude. Mythos distinguishes between a a character is, what a character is naturally capable of and what they learn throughout life. So it makes sure that you know what you know. So it's less about just developing the character, and it's clear on wanting you to understand what your character already is, because your character already is something. You're not a farmer. That's a great question, as if I'm going to fucking answer that. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's what I do. Haters, whatever. They're no fun. But let's focus back on this. Natural. I wonder if they actually play these games. Right? I make sure to write this stuff out to get the details right, because there's a lot here and I can't remember every detail. But when I go off the script and start talking freely, that's just to let you know I've actually done this stuff. I go into great detail sitting here outside the lines. You can't do that if you actually haven't ran the game. But whatever. Poor guys, haters. Get over it, my dude. All right. Maybe just tell the people that you like to do better content. All right. Maybe that's what they got to do. Instead of complaining about me, maybe they could just do better content, because they do shit content. Oh, it's Black Rose. Tell me, what do you think that question is? What if I show up to a chat and go, hey man, I heard you're an absolute piece of trash that reads off. You don't got to say it exactly that way, but imagine. There's no good intention behind that question. That's obvious. It was like, hey man, look, I heard this accusation. I don't want to assume that's what you're doing, but do you use any AI? Is this something like you're okay with? It really depends on the people are saying this. Zarian 13, long live and prosper. That's not Star Trek, but oh, poor guys. Bad intention question. Yeah, there you go. It depends on how you approach, dude. That's what it comes down to. Depends on how you approach. I would just tell people that are out there hating, it's like, tell the guys that you like to do better content. Just do that instead of complaining about me. Natural attributes help determine the character's physical, mental, and personal capabilities. Some individuals possess greater strength. Others possess sharper intellects. The mistakes I make on this stuff, like if I told you the areas of mistake, you would know right away. I used to get the AI to help me with spell checking and that, but I've gotten paranoid about even doing that, because I don't like the idea that it might try to rewrite stuff, right? Like it just, hey, could you check for spell mistakes? And what I'll do is I do get what I call advice for grammar, but I say don't change it. Just give me, any grammar mistakes. Let me know what they are. I can consider fixing that, right? I've done that with AI, but I think everyone does that for spell checking. I could use a spell check program, but I do use the AI for spell checking. But I've even stopped doing that. That's why I make some major mistakes with some words now. That's just human error, because human error is I'm writing it myself. All right. Okay. Others excel through perception, willpower, charisma, or other personality qualities. These natural abilities provide the foundation upon which the rest of the character is built. However, Mythos places just as much importance on what a character learns as what they are born with. Right? So it's really saying what the game really tries to drill on you, and this is what I'm trying to get across here, is understand it's less about who you're going to build your character into and trying to understand who your character is. You're starting with someone who's already somewhat established. It's not like D&D. You're not playing the farmer leading up to the hero. Though there's some idea of improving the character through time. The idea is you're already a somebody. Like you're already a priest, you're already a merchant. You're not someone who was the nobody off the streets who became, you got to build up to become a merchant. So it's a lot of games do this. They don't make you have to build up like a farmer thing, right? Yeah, it's percentile D100. Yeah, it's basically it's really it's not it just doesn't give a shit about the whole build. The game is saying play it for what it is coming out of the gate. So it's almost like saying Gary would start a lot of D&D games at like level 3 because he wants you to already somewhat be established as a person in the world, right? That's why he would personally do that. So think about your start farmer at level 1 and you're trying to get somewhat established going up. In this game, it's just coming out where he doesn't give a fuck. He wants you to be established. And if you notice a lot of war gamers, a lot of games I cover, it's the same thing in their design, is they want you to already be somebody. Because they want you to play the game. They want you to play the game as the merchant. As now, it does say that you can build yourself up further through the politics, through owning something. So you can start as a merchant, or you can start as somebody like a noble and work your way up into politics. So there is a buildup, but it's more like social status buildup. Social task, right? It's more like building yourself up socially, becoming a somebody through that means. Remember, it's less about combat. It's not about combat and dungeon crawling. So in combat and dungeon crawling, you want to become better at all that stuff, right? Build it from the farmer, become the better warrior. In this game, it's saying, look, I'm already going to make you something in the world. Now there's way more ways to affect the world. Through politics, through getting into an organization, joining a secret society, and having an effect on what's the major events going on, like everything around you. So the campaign is big in scale, right? In that way. I mean, when you look at Baldur's Gate 3, that's not your typical D&D thing. And that sort of is more something in the vein of what you'd be pushing with a game like this. Right? You're already a somebody to a degree. Or at least your story can lean into the heavy more than, say, most D&D games. Which is true for a lot of games. But he really wants social status, businesses, going up into politics, doing social interaction to be a major thing. Develop background and social status. One of the most distinctive parts of Mythos character creation is the attention given to background. As we talked about, you need the guy who's running the game to understand this, but so you need the player as well. Characters are not assumed to begin on equal footing. Questions such as, so characters are not assumed to begin on equal footing. Not every character is going to have the same advantages to the next one. So understand this is important. So questions such as, what social class were they born into? What education did they receive? What opportunities were available to them? Who are their contacts? What organizations are they connected to? Can all influence the final character. So you can choose to actually start off, with a slightly lower thing. You could choose to start off with better connections. It doesn't mean you're automatically this high, but the access to be able to start moving up that ladder can be easier or lower, depending where you start socially to a degree. What kind of family you were born into. Are you a noble? Are you just like sort of a lowly person that was born in? You become a knight over time. The background is important to advantages, and because it's such a social game. Like, it really is a social game. It's big on that, so it wants you to build yourself up that way instead of going through a dungeon. Social standing is often just as important as combat ability. Actually, more important in this game, but combat ability does keep you alive. It does give you the options to do other things or take the risk or face the consequence. So think of combat as important as if you all sucked at it, you can't go do anything because you can't even face the consequence of combat, which it is there. And some combat is just going to be something you got to deal with regardless. It's just not the same type of encounter as D&D. Culture and society matter. Blah. Characters are products of societies they come from. Aerith is filled with different cultures, traditions, beliefs, and social structures. A character's upbringing influences how they see the world, how others see them, and what opportunities may be available to them. Culture is not simply background flavor, it helps shape the character's identity and places within the setting. Also, I would say this. Train of thought for a second. When I say you're going to, go at the world, to know this, to know your social standing is to know how you can speak in the world, right? And how you're going to understand it. So if you're from a lowlier situation with less contacts, well, can you just speak to anybody the way you want? Can you be forceful? Can you talk with an attitude? What knowledge can you gain from the game master about the place, or even lore based on who your character is? So it all becomes important. Information goes with that. Select a profession. Profession is one of the most important choices in Mythos. A profession helps define what a character knows, what skills they possess, their role in society. So this is part of what I was talking about there. Your social status really is going to line up with other things. So it is a combination of your profession, your status overall. It's what you can know. Profession helps define what characters know, what skills they possess, their role in society, their opportunities and limitations. Professions are not simply combat roles. They represent careers and places within the world. A merchant, a scholar, priest, soldier, noble, or craftsman can all contribute to a campaign in very different ways. The other thing I'll say is Black Rose from that guy earlier. Where would he hear that other than from haters? So when I say hater, it's not like there's non-haters out there saying that about me. You know what I'm saying? So it only comes from one place. You know where it comes from. Develop steeps. One of the signature features of Mythos character creation is the steep system. STEEP stands for, as I said earlier, study, training, education, experience, practice. Rather than focusing entirely on levels or classes, Mythos places great importance on what a character has actually learned throughout life. STEEP represents sort of like all the knowledge that has come together, right? Accumulated knowledge, training, and expertise. A scholar gains different capabilities than a soldier. A merchant develops different strengths than a magician. A priest develops different expertise than a noble. This system helps create characters who feel shaped by their life experiences rather than defined solely by combat ability. It's not generic when you understand how important this stuff is to the game. So when you talk to players and you tell them this stuff, it can sound like throwaway. In a lot of other games, you might feel like it is. What this game is saying, you can give a shit about all this stuff, who your character is, what they're about, what they know. And in this game, if a game master runs it effectively well, right, they understand social structure, who's noble, who's not, who's a commoner, and they enforce that throughout the game, well, then your status, what you can do, what your profession is, opens doors for you. Oh, you're a priest. Well, the priest there might be screaming and yelling, get away, like, preaching at certain characters walking around until he realizes you're with another priest. So the social encounter then changes. Maybe your access to that church to get information. Right? Maybe you hear about that church having something. Would you have a priest with you? Can he talk to certain people? Would they let him make a deal to get that information? And if you don't have a priest with your group, that's cut off, right? So it's all opening to understanding how important this stuff is. This is really important in this game. A game master who runs it right, this becomes something you don't want to just look at as throwaway. Again, mechanics will come at the end of this, so don't worry. I'm telling you about how to think of the game because the game is a lot less about combat, a lot less about statistics and mechanics overall. Because more what you'll be doing is role-playing. You'll spend more time talking in character than rolling dice. You'll spend more time negotiating than just rolling dice. It will all play to it. Dice will come into the picture every so often, but you'll spend more time trying to make something happen just through your words, role play. And so these elements for a game like that become important. Now, if you're playing a different game, this stuff could seem boring in D&D if you were just going to go off to do dungeon crawls. Right? So not every character is an adventurer. One of the most unusual aspects of Mythos is that not every character is expected to fit traditional adventure molds, because it's not just about getting out and going on adventures. Many fantasy RPGs assume every character is primarily a warrior, thief, wizard, or similar archetype. Mythos allows characters to be merchants. This is because of all this social interaction and social status and moving up and how important that is to what you do, even if you do go on adventures. It's just such a vital piece. So Mythos allows characters to be merchants, scholars, priests, diplomats, nobles, craftsmen, administrators, explorers. These characters can play important roles within a campaign without being defined solely by combat effectiveness. Choose mystical paths. Characters interested in magic may pursue one of the several mystical traditions. Magic in Mythos is not simply a collection of combat spells. It is often tied to study, knowledge, training, and specialized disciplines. Magical characters typically require significant investment during character creation and tend to feel more like scholars or supernatural or scholars of supernatural. See, there's where a mistake I made. I say or of scholars of, these are errors, of supernatural knowledge than traditional fantasy wizards. Character creation as world building. Character creation in Mythos also serves as an introduction to Aerith itself. As players select backgrounds, professions, education, social status, and connections, they naturally learn about the world around them. It won't be a complete lore dump, but you are going to learn stuff as you're making the character. The process teaches players how society functions because it's telling you how, like as you're reading about the things you're choosing, it's telling you about how the world works compared to that, right? You're choosing this. Well, this is what happens in Era. So in a way, it's a very interesting way of sort of lore dumping through character creation. What roles exist within the setting? So how society functions, what roles exist within the setting, and where their character fits into the world. So it's going to give players the knowledge they need to start before they start building the character up in that, in that setting. In many ways, building a character is also an exercise in learning the setting or the basics. It's just giving you an idea. We'll drill that at you. So it's very helpful in that way when you're building a character. Build a complete person. One of the goals of Mythos character creation is to create believable individuals. The game encourages players to think about personal goals, family background, education, profession, social connections, reputation, beliefs, and motivations. The resulting character should feel like someone who existed before the campaign began. So, where you're not playing a farmer, you're playing someone who's established. What's your background? How did you get from whatever lowly status you were up to being the noble, the merchant? Who were you connected to? What about your family? It wants you to care about background. Now, I still have limitations, even with a game like this. I don't need 3 pages, but I'm more open to 1 or more pages for a background for a game like this. This is one where I'll let you put a lot more meat on the bone than I would with D&D, right? Because the game actually is benefited from that. I don't want to read 3 pages for every player's character, but if you're someone who likes doing backstories or backgrounds, this game lets you do it. But just understand you're going to do a big background, and then we got to play to a lot of that. It's not going to be just out adventuring, fighting, all that type of stuff. Expect longer creation process. Character creation in Mythos generally takes longer than in many fantasy RPGs. There are more decisions to make, more details to consider, more opportunities for customization. The process rewards patience and careful planning. While creating a character may require more effort, the result usually is a character with a strong identity and place within the setting. So it's giving you a lot of choices. So from the way you're going to build your background, the smaller choices you're going to make in, say, the type of character you're going to be. So that's where it says at the start of it, you want an idea, because if not, it's like going shopping. You're going to be there all day if you don't have a concept going in. Like it could just take you a while. The heart of Mythos character creation. The character creation in Mythos is less about building an adventuring class and more about building a life. Players create people who belong in the world of Aerith. Their profession, education, social standing, culture, skills, life experience, and personal history often matter just as much as their ability to fight. When approached with that mindset, character creation becomes one of the game's greatest strengths, producing a character who feel deeply connected to the setting and capable of influencing the world around them. It's one thing to make the character when you're raw and new. I'm trying to give advice for somebody who would be doing that, because this is the type of stuff you want to know before. It's almost like good to have a run through Aerith and the world, see how it works, and start realizing through your attempts. Before we get to setting, I'm going to take a small little break here, but give you some idea of character creation. At first, I'm telling you how the game master has to run the world, right? So how to run it's important. It's to bring all that to life, the politics, the groups, and everything else. And once that is a thing, once politics are happening, once people are competing up, what you'll find out as a player playing a character is you don't just see that, you're expected to take part in that cycle. You can get into a merchants group and become its leader. You can establish yourself somewhere, become a politician, and now in a certain district, you're running. You can actually run as a politician. You can do all this. You can help the church out to the point where, if you're a priest, you can keep saying, I'll do the work for the church, right? I'll do this to help the church, right? Jeez. One moment. Sorry about that. I got family visiting, like they do all the time, but they're here, so that's a little background. Ask them if they could keep some noise down. But yeah, once you get into character creation, you start realizing you're not really making characters to fight. There's only going to be so much fighting that happens. You do want to care about it, and you can make soldiers, and you can make characters that have credible fighting skills, and you definitely want to have one of your players consider making one, but even the soldier can get into a fighter skill. Even the soldier, because he can do combat, unlike some of the other people, can offer to do security for different groups. And by doing that, he can create a connection. If he's taken serious, he can get favors. And him wanting favors, him being able to being capable of doing something, that type of buildup is important. Give them regards from Norway. Oh, family. Yes. They know about you. They know about you. One has come watched a few times and it's like, oh, Black Rose on tonight? I was like, oh, yeah, he's around. They don't want people to know who they are, because they don't want, I've had a few people that don't like me actually try to contact my family in the past. That's some weird stuff. So I always hope that's not going on. Now, my thing about that one guy popping by is there's only one group of people that say that about my content. So that's why I was saying, when I get that question from a certain person, I know where it's coming from, right? And to me, you don't try to justify that stuff. No, of course I write weird stuff. That's it. I'm not going to fucking make a bigger issue about that. If you tell me, oh no, dude, you at one point got AI to do some spell checking for you, I just got paranoid over that, so I just stopped doing that. Of course, I'll get if there's grammar mistakes, I'll get the AI to tell me if there's grammar mistakes, but not to change my writing. I don't trust how AI prompts. I don't trust how it can potentially change the information it's giving back to you. And it's like, no, now it's just like, if you notice if I misspell words or typos, I just allow it to hurt me a bit if I missed it. Like, oh, sometimes I'll start this and I'm just like, oh shit, I wrote that instead of that, and it will just screw me up for talking, right? No, but the retarded part, that's enough to say, all right, dude, you can watch, but I don't need you chatting. So go away. Not a crime, no, of course not. But if you're also playing around those circles, it also speaks poorly of your character, I think. I don't know, just my take. And I don't have nobody from that audience that bothers me. So it's like, if you're over there, I know you're into the rage bait, you're into this. I'm definitely not going to do the content you want. You're not going to support me. It's not like he's going to sub to my channel. So why give him time? And like I said, you know the deal. Chat here is it's a privilege. It's a privilege. Like, look, if you want to make your crazy comments, I'm more patient with comments under the videos, but chat here is a privilege. It's a privilege for people that support me. It is not for some casual douchey person or moron who has no respect to come ask me stupid questions. You go ahead and make your comment underneath. That's fine. Well, then why start with that question? It's not a way to introduce yourself to me. I'm in the middle of doing the thing. Think about what I was in the middle of doing, Black Rose. It's like, all right, wait till I'm done, man. Ask me when I'm taking a break. Why in the middle of fucking doing my thing? Ask me a stupid question like that. That's stupid. It tells me the socially backwards part. It's like, dude, okay, all right, no, I don't need that. That's unintelligent trouble. Well, there's all kinds of YouTubers to take care of those guys. And go chat with one of them. There's a bunch of guys in the old school that will take care of him for sure. Jeez, I mean, they're made for that kind of stuff. I'm okay with passing on the support. It's not even real support, but yeah, something to say that's really dumb. So dumb, it's silly. And I can't buy the young guys over watching certain people. So, oh my fuck. Now all the guys read off scripted stuff, and they get help with AI. Let me say this again. All the guys that go on about me all read scripted stuff with help from AI. And I've heard them openly talk about it on streams. I don't give no heat or send anybody their way to ask them about that whole thing. They wear sunshades, so you don't know they're reading from stuff. Sometimes they don't even go on camera, so you can't see that they're reading stuff. And they've openly admitted this. So guess what? The guys that you like read some AI crap to you and don't tell you. At least I write mine raw, and the human error is in there where I run into my typos and mistakes because I wrote that shit out. And I don't hide the fact that I'm reading something. So guys have openly, they wear sunglasses so you can't see that they're looking. And they've openly talked about reading AI stuff without telling people they're reading AI stuff. Some guys don't go on cam because they're reading AI stuff. So they're all doing it. So it's all projection. Difference is I write my shit out and I got to run the human error. And even though I'm honestly being honest and doing the real thing to keep up standards, I'm the one accused of AI from guys that are saying that I read it. But it's like they do it. They actually do the AI shit. So it's like, well, go ask them about it. It's a bit strange. I don't know. It's just, I don't hate people like that, but this, like, or go leave me some crazy comment in the comment section of a video. Jeez. I want to have people that are trying to think here. Oh no, these guys, I'm telling you, dude, these guys admitted it. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Black Rose. They've talked about like, well, it's no harm if he uses AI a bit. So do we, right? It's just he won't admit it. It's almost like he won't admit it, like as if I'm having a hard time admitting I'm doing something, but I'm not doing it. The most I've done is spell check issues. That's it. Spell check issues. But it's like one guy out of all of them. So it's not like I want to spend a lot of time on a Black Rose. This is how you fail as a YouTuber. So I would suggest you never become a YouTuber. I'm going to be real with you. Some of the stuff you focus on, it's just if I showed you the analytics and the reality behind things, you'd be like, oh, like, yeah. Just being real with you, dude. I get you even said to me, you probably wouldn't be a person to be a YouTuber. Because what you'll discover is everything you assume, it just flies out the window most of the time. Right? He's one guy. And he's from that audience. I know it. And I just don't bother playing the fucking game. I don't got time to be reasonable. Right? Just not it. I'm busy doing stuff. I'm working hard for people. You come in with a stupid fucking question, and we're talking about tabletop role-playing games, and I expect people to be semi-intelligent when they talk to me here. Just ask me some stupid fucking antisocial question. Go learn life. Come back when you figured it out. I got no time to cater to it. Nor would I. I'm not here to be your friend or your teacher or your therapist, right? I'm a YouTuber. I'm a grown man in life trying to entertain people. I'm not a fucking therapist. I don't got other jobs, right? I'm not here to be patient while that guy learns life. Go learn life, come back, I'll talk to you then. And it's not like I hate the guy. Fair enough, he might have issues. That's him to figure out, not me. And if he brings the issues to me, it's like, well, dude, there's the door. Go figure out life. I'll talk to you later. I'm not a therapist. I'm not your mommy and daddy. I'm a fucking YouTuber. I'm somebody you don't even know. I'm trying to entertain people here. Let me do my job. Right? It's like, if you want to be friends with me personally behind the scenes and tell me that stuff, fair enough. I mean, I can be more patient if you're being friendly and you're fair. But come in the middle of doing this, I mean, it's just so socially backwards. Like, dude, it's not the place and time for that type of question. Right? It's just not the place and time. Join Discord, ask me privately if you have any decency about you. And if you're that backwards that you come on the fucking chat and ask me, that social issues, I just don't get time for. I'm not a therapist. I'm not mommy and daddy. Oh, it is. I'm not trying to trash on you. It's just so hard here. And it's most of what you, like the assumptions you can make from what you see, they're just not real. They're just, most of them aren't real. Whenever I talk to another YouTuber, it's like I'll tell them what I've been told, and right away, it's not like laughing at people, but you're just like, yeah, they don't know. Yeah, I know they don't know. Most people just don't know. It's like I told you with the loud voices. Most of the loud voices, most people assume that represents a majority. 99.9% of the time, that is guaranteed to represent a tiny fucking minority, not even close to majority. Majority is usually always silent, or what they say will not be in that vein, right? It's like Joe Rogan. Go check out his content. Imagine if he listened to the 5 or 6 guys in his comment section that complained about what he said. Imagine if he did that early on. He would not be one of the most famous fucking podcast people in the world. Because clearly, no matter how many people complain, the guy's audience kept growing. Why did it keep growing? Because those voices represent this. Right? The ones that aren't complaining represent this. Right? Once you realize that, and the analytics will tell you this shit too. So just being real with people. Yeah, I don't mind losing like a sub or two if it has to be that. I don't hate people, but let's get back to it. Setting. Now, the reason I write this stuff down, guys, it's hard to remember all the details that I want to state. And most of the stuff here, like, say, the reading overview, a lot of information I am telling you is not mine. So it's not AI. What I mean is there's my opinions. The advice, parts of the advice are true, but it's just true for the game. What did I tell people when I do this stuff? It's fact based. So I'm going to read to you about the setting. Where did I get most of the dialogue for the setting? It comes from what people said about the setting. Is there a little bit of copy? Yes, I am copying what they said, but it's not AI. It's me repeating back to you how they sold the setting. I've been saying that from day one. So if it sounds like I'm telling you something that you could find up at the game, like, did he write that? Did he get that from AI? It's not that I got it from AI. This is fact-based. This is not opinion writing. Opinions are what I'm sharing somewhat in between the lines. So when I stop reading something out, it's even my advice with the running the game is based on the facts. So most of what I'm saying there is facts, and I'm telling you, you want to do this. You want to think this before going in. It's not opinion as if it would be countered. Most of what I say is pretty much backed up by the game itself or the way you would approach it or trying to understand the designer. The fluff is all based on accurate stuff. Do I change a bit of it into my own wording? Yes, but a lot of it I don't. And I'm very honest about that, but that's not because AI is stealing some other line from a guy who wrote it back then. It's no, I'm actually reading about what Gary said about his game and going, okay, or if I look at what the market was saying, like different companies or say TSR suing them, what their statements were from their people about certain details, I take the statement and put that in. It's an overview of the facts. I do this to get away from debate. This is not just opinion house, and I've been honest about that from day one. It's not AI making it. It's me taking a lot of the language from the designers, from the market, from interviews, and I'm restating it back to you. And sometimes I want to restate it exactly how they said it because there is no better way to communicate this stuff. This is not new information. I've said this 1,000 times about these streams, right? That's what they are, fact-based, period. So a lot of what I'm reading out here is to make sure I get it all down perfectly. Some of it's in my own words. If I just didn't understand exactly, or I think you wouldn't understand if I said it in their words. That's it. That's it. And I explained it like a million times, but it is what it is. It's like, again, I was told, I'll really quickly leave it at this, but the Cyberpunk coverage, I had two experienced game masters that listed that night, Black Rose, right? Two guys that experienced it on top of myself. I did that whole stream on the information. They said, Mark, check, boom. Every time I have guys show up here who know the games, they're like spot on, spot on, spot on. And even my outside opinions about certain facts, spot on. You'd only know that stuff if you actually ran the games, right? I was told by Cyberpunk, because I didn't cover a part where I guess the Secret Service had investigated this game. Somehow, by not mentioning that means I know nothing about Cyberpunk. Guys just want to bring me down because they don't like me, right? And when I get questions like that, I know where it comes from. So it's silly. Silly shit. Anyway, let's focus on this. Because I think this is an excellent game. I actually think if you want to get into a game where you actually experience the world, well, first off, you have to have a game master that knows how to do that. Like, create a living world. So that first part about how to run it, how to make sure things are happening in front of the characters, how to make sure you're actually consistently doing this stuff. So you're bringing the world to life, having where the characters can go take advantage of who they are in that setting. They're a merchant. They should have contacts already. Those contacts could be people hooked up to certain groups around them. And they're already merchants, so they're part of a trade thing. That means if there is trade going on, likely they already have a hook into it. They don't have to just try to get in. Something is already there. If they're noble, they can represent themselves to other noble people, right? and they can be taken serious because they're not commoners, which should allow them to sit at tables and talk to certain people. If they're religious characters, they should be able to take advantage of the religious characters and can go in and talk to the church in a certain way that other people just could not do. But for that all to be real, you have to have the world being presented to you as if this stuff is going on. Like there's laws, law and order, the different type of laws. Well, I could write it down for you, but what's a better way to let you see it is you see somebody being arrested based on that law. You meet an NPC in that world who tells you about how the system works around here, right? You see the religious outside their church preaching. You see the politician walking around as people are trying to speak to him, and he's important. Or how nobles, you'll see a noble dismiss a commoner trying to ask a question. Players have to see this with their characters. You got to be making that happen as they go around. And then they get to play into all this stuff. Maybe they're looking for certain information, and because of who they are or a connection they have, that connection could be someone else shows up to the table, says, so are you guys looking for this? Yeah. And why are they going to meet somebody now? Because a connection knows somebody and they have a connection. Maybe one of their noble guys has a connection, right? Or maybe the soldier can communicate with the guards and other soldiers around because he'll understand some of their duties, who they are, what they've done, talk to some of the guards. They're like, yeah, we've seen some really weird stuff out here at night. We've seen guys go down here. And it's all about encountering the world as it is and then dealing with it. I think it's fun. Not even the pain of, I hear that. I hear that. But I really love this type of game. I love the city campaigns, experiencing the world, and not just the whole game being about combat. But is combat interesting in the game? It is. It's just not this. It doesn't have the same type of focus as D&D. There's not 50 different monsters. So the little bit of combat there is, you get to enjoy that, but it's not so frequent. It's not so repetitive that you'll get bored of the limited type of experience you'll have with it. Okay. So far, that's the game, but let's focus on the setting. The setting, so that's me telling you off the top of my head stuff about the game. And everything I just said about Dangerous Journeys there, just off the top of my head, is absolutely true for anybody who knows the game. So if I had an experienced game master here for Dangerous Journeys, or even a player who played with a game master who did this right, off the top of my head, without reading a thing, they'd be nodding along and telling me, yep, that's it. You're welcome. Just like Cyberpunk, 2 experienced game masters in the thing love the fucking rundowns because I'm legit. And the reason I can talk outside and making sure I got my notes all right to appease people here, I'm legit. People know this. When you talk top of my head, I can fucking go. And go listen to my fucking videos where I talk with no script at all about sandboxing or anything. If you want to see legit, that's legit. And you can't talk the way I do about sandboxing everything if you haven't done other games or understand how this works. Go listen to my explanations on D&D or anything. Right? And so, no, dudes, I don't need AI. But the guys that don't like me, most of them do. And most of them, they'll even admit it. Even if it's subtle at times, they admit it. They read AI. They admit to this. I'm not just making accusations to attack people. I won't give you names. But guys have went on streams and said, why doesn't he admit it? And then in the midst of it, they're saying, well, I do a bit of it. I do a bit of it. Well, I don't even do a bit of it, so you can suck my ass. There you go. Okay. Setting. The setting of Mythos is known as Aerith. At first glance, Aerith may appear to be another fantasy world, but it is actually one of the most unusual settings created by Gary Gygax. Rather than inventing an entirely separate fantasy realm, Gygax created an alternative version of Earth where mythology, folklore, lost civilizations, secret histories, and magic are all real. The result is a setting that combines fantasy, history, legend, and mystery into a single world. And Alternate Earth. Earth is not completely fictional world like say Greyhawk or Forgotten Realms. Instead, it is a version of Earth where many legends, myths contain elements of real truth from the real world. Historical events still occurred. Ancient civilizations still rose and fell. Familiar cultures still exist. However, hidden beneath recorded history, are magical forces, forgotten kingdoms, supernatural beings, and ancient secrets. This creates a setting that often feels both familiar and mysterious at the same time. A historical fantasy setting. Aerith often feels closer to historical fantasy than traditional high fantasy. It's not primarily a world of wandering adventurers moving between invented kingdoms. Instead, it draws heavily from real history, folklore, mythology, and legendary traditions. The setting feels like a secret version of Earth's past, where ancient stories, forgotten civilizations, and supernatural mysteries exist alongside recorded history. This gives Aerith a very different atmosphere from many fantasy settings of the era. It that's a great way of looking at the world of darkness because it does play into the real world and many things. That's a great way of saying that. Uh, you have to appreciate the real to get into this, but there is some fantasy, just not much, and it's more about that. See, like World Darkness, you're exactly right. It's not about adventuring, getting out there. It is about the politics. So I'm pretty much explaining a sort of that. Black Rose, it's one of the more wisest comments I've ever seen. It's deep, dude. It's deep that you caught that. That seems like a simple comment, but it tells me you know a lot more about World of Darkness than I would imagine. But it makes sense. I know you played it quite a bit or ran it quite a bit, so that's cool. That's an exact, spot on way of looking at it. Many people probably wouldn't even understand what you're fucking saying. Me and you though know exactly what you mean, right? And that's sort of what this is. It's sort of it's not vampire, but it is definitely the social hierarchy gimmick stuff, politics and everything else. You're just doing it in a different way. A world where myths are real. One of the defining ideas behind Aerith is that myths, for me, it was fucking plain as day obvious. Because you've done the World of Darkness. Most guys are like D&D guys. Most guys are like one game guys. So me and you get this. Most guys listening to this would be like, how's it World of Darkness? It's brilliant, dude. It's brilliant that you picked up on that. I like that about you. I thought, to mention that would probably, for me personally, would be confusing people. I know personally, individually, it wouldn't get you. Being a nerd and all that, I played many games and systems. That's why we get along, dude. That's why I know when you hear my off the top of the head talk, you know it's real. Right? Because I really believe this. If you're the real deal and people are giving you a fair shake, especially if they know something, they know. They know. My off script talk, my spot on advice, you can't know certain things if you were just using AI or talking shit. Right? That's just not going to happen. Not with someone who's real about these things. Real can be felt. I'm as real as can be because if I'm going to read whatever I read it so you can see. I'm real. I'm real in every sense. And when people give me an honest shake or know something about this shit, they know I'm real. It's a big difference. That's us. That's us. There you go. So, a world where myths are real. One of the defining ideas behind Aerith is that myths and legends may be based on reality. So, in the real world, we're going to talk about these things like they could be, but you're looking in this world, in this alternate Earth, it's like it's more likely is. right? That's a great thing. So he wants to take myth and be able to have fun with it. And in the real world, instead of trying to alternate the real world, just make a whole alternate Earth where you don't get to even worry about that. Stories that people dismiss as folklore may actually be true. Ancient monsters may still exist. Legendary treasures may still be hidden somewhere in the world. Mythological beings may have influenced history. Lost civilizations may have left behind powerful secrets. This allows the referee to draw heavily from mythology while still presenting discoveries as meaningful revelations. The legacy of Atlantis. Atlantis plays an important role in the background of Aerith. Rather than existing solely as a legend, Atlantis is treated as part of the world's hidden history. Its influence can still be felt through ancient ruins, forgotten knowledge, magical traditions, and mysteries left behind by earlier ages. For many campaigns, Atlantis serves as one of the setting's great sources of exploration and discovery. Aerith is not one historical period. One of the unique aspects of Aerith is that it is not tied to a single historical era. Elements inspired by ancient civilizations, classical cultures, medieval societies, and legendary traditions all exist within the setting. The world draws inspiration from many periods of human history rather than focusing on one specific age. This allows Aerith to combine a wide range of historical and mythological influences without being restricted to a particular time period. Don't get it wrong. There is certain limitations to all timelines existing at the same time. It's not that, but it just it doesn't try to be perfect, as it doesn't try to tie to exact human history in certain timelines. Remember, it's alternate for a reason. There is some fantasy here, and it is to make it work as a game. That break element is not just to be interesting, but it is also to make it work as a game. Right, to have all these things happening or around at one time. That's important. History and fantasy intertwined. Aerith blends real historical inspiration with fantasy and mythology. Ancient kingdoms, classical civilizations, medieval societies, religious traditions, trade networks, political conflicts all exist alongside magic, monsters, legendary beings, lost civilizations, and supernatural forces. Rather than replacing history with fantasy, Aerith layers fantasy onto history, creating a world where myths, legends, and historical events become interconnected. The setting often feels less like a traditional fantasy world and more like a hidden version of history where the impossible exists just beyond ordinary understanding. Ge- Geography matters. Earth is a global setting. Different regions possess their own histories, cultures, religions, myth, political struggles, and opportunities for adventure. A campaign can focus on exploration, diplomacy, trade, warfare, archaeological, archaeological, blah, investigation, or discovery. Uh, y'all wasn't working on that word. Depending on where it takes place. The world is large enough to support many different styles of play while still remaining connected through its shared historical and mythological foundations. Basically, what it's saying is it's just the real world's a playground. And there's stuff, there's information and ideas in every part of the world. So you're not just centered to America or this or that. It's a global hop, right? Like you can run a game wherever you want, in the desert, in the woods, on the mountains, in the snow, and you can go to every part of the planet to do so, and it's going to play on something there. Makes me think fondly back the fan made trailer Skyrim back in 2010, where a guy watches the trailer and faints in front of the screen with a boner. That's how I feel about this. It it is a great setting. Like when you think about it, it's just taking Earth and turning it into that massive world of like the Skyrim thing. This one's really good. I totally agree because it brings and there's so much history with this, and you got Gary Gygax that made this. Like he's gonna bring the heat. The hidden world. One of Era's most important themes is most people do not know the full truth about the world around them. Ordinary people may know only fragments of ancient history, Legends may be dismissed as superstition. Forgotten knowledge may remain buried. So, in a way, like some of the dismissing we may do about real stuff here, you can somewhat do that, but the difference is the myth has real weight behind it, right? Secret organizations may operate unseen. So basically, it's like, you know how there's myth and you go search for it. The difference is here, you can actually find it. So there's a great chance that you will discover the things. So it's all worth the adventure going out to look for these things if you bother to. So ancient powers may influence events from the shadows. The world that people believe they live in and the world that actually exists are often two very different things. Many adventurers revolve around uncovering these hidden truths. So it's just basically saying the idea of going to look for the Ark. Well, there's so many stories in the past, right, where you go look for the Ark and that guy went search, he got close to it, he got close to it, he got close to it. Here, you can likely find it. That's what it's trying to tell you. So it makes these ideas of exploration and going to look for this stuff turn into real campaigns, adventures, important stuff. So there is the politics, there is that, but it doesn't mean adventure is completely cut out. It's just not dungeon crawling. It's just not dungeon crawling in the same way. It doesn't mean you can't end up in a dungeon, but it's just not dungeon crawling like D&D. Secret knowledge, like I said, a secret knowledge and hidden truth. Knowledge is one of the most valuable resources in the earth. Many of the world's greatest mysteries remain undiscovered. Ancient texts, lost cities, forgotten magic, hidden organizations, buried histories, entire adventures may revolve around uncovering secrets that remain hidden for centuries. Discovery is often just as important as combat. Indiana Jones, baby. So you can go find knowledge of where the thing is and have to go deal with the ancient pyramid with the traps inside to get in and get, like, you can do Indiana Jones with this. You can straight up take this game and do a variety of Indiana Jones adventures. Easy as breathing air. If you like Indiana Jones, you like getting out and finding stuff like that. And again, even if you run into potential bad guys, negotiation, it's not all about combat. And combat's just as deadly. You can shoot down, so you could take somebody down in one shot. But there is some magic. There is that. But it's less about that. It's more about finding the thing. You can do some Indiana Jones stuff, right? Just saying. And it really gives you some stuff where you can find it. Knowledge is power in this game. It really is, from your politics to building up your character to finding a thing. When you get knowledge, it's not like a lot of it's dead end. So it becomes important. So you as a player can get excited about what you're hearing. You're a part of the conversation with your character. This guy's telling you this. You can start thinking about what you want to do. Because knowledge is valuable, and more likely knowledge can lead to something real than being a nothing burger. It's a beautiful part of this. And if you're going to nerd out a bit on that when you're finding out stuff, because then you can really go dig in. Magic, you gotta have a game master that just gives a shit about this stuff. Is willing to apply everything in the world the way politics does, the social stuff, making sure that there is this stuff around the world that you can go search for. And when he gives you hints and knowledge, it can lead to something real. Wow. And if you're someone who can play a game without always fighting, this is amazing. Not all role-playing games have to be fight. It just doesn't have to be that way. And it doesn't mean everyone's going to enjoy that, but who does? It matters. Magic beneath the surface. Magic exists throughout Aerith, but it is not always obvious. Many ordinary people may never witness powerful magic events. Others may dismiss supernatural occurrences as myths or rumors because they never see it. Behind the scenes, however, magic traditions, secret knowledge, and mystical forces continue to shape the world. A lot of magic in this game can be vague, right, instead of direct. This creates an atmosphere where magic often feels mysterious and significant rather than commonplace. Okay, my last few notes here really cover some of the stuff I talked about. So I'll end with this on the thing, because you guys know so much about this. All right, the Epic of Aerith. The primary source book dedicated to the setting was The Epic of Aerith. This book greatly expands the world by providing additional information on cultures, geography, history, societies, mysteries, and broader structure of the setting. I advise you get that if you ever run this. For players and referees interested in exploring Aerith beyond the core rules, it became definitive setting reference for the game line. I had to mention this because I don't want to skip over it. The Epic of Aerith. If you ever going to run this, you get your core, but I would get this. I worked with this. This is what makes the game everything I talk about here. The Epic of Aerith is so important. The Heart of Aerith. Aerith is a world where history, mythology, and fantasy overlap. It's not simply a land of monsters and treasure. It is a place of hidden truths, ancient mysteries, and lost civilizations, secret knowledge, and cultures shaped by both history and legend. The setting works best when players feel they are uncovering pieces of the forgotten reality, discovering the myths, legends, and mysteries of the world may have been true all along. Again, a lot of what I just what that last bit there, that's not me talking. That's scary. That's scary. And I'm not trying to, it's just, I represent the facts. This is what he said. Or if there's market statements about certain things, right? I share that with you. Sometimes I'll reword it if I think something is unclear, like reword it a bit, but it's not to alternate away. And I'm not quoting on purpose. Like I'm not claiming to quote somebody. But these are random statements made by people selling the stuff, what the market said at the time. So again, everyone who's followed all these streams and knows I repeated this over and over again. A lot of what I say here is what the market said. So I'm putting in language I find that they used. Now I share my opinions outside of that. Or, if I'm looking at advice for the character creation and the how to run it, some of it's what the game says, and then mixed with me stating, here are the selections, here are the choices. And what I tell people is, if you go back and look at the book, the way I have shared this how to run it with you, you won't find that exactly spelled out for you. And why won't you find it spelled out for you, how to run it? Because you have had to have ran it to say what I'm saying to you. The character creation advice. You have to have ran it or made a character to understand. Like that stuff is not all in the text. I purposely put the extra stuff into how to run it and character creation that you won't find just in the text, because I want the stream to be valuable. Not just to entertain you, but if you ever go to run the game and you come listen to how to run it, stuff I'm saying is not all just in the fucking text. If you're going to play the game, come listen to what I say about character creation. It's not all just spelled out in the fucking text of the game. And so I hope on top of entertaining you, the added value is I'm giving you some really good advice, and especially for first timers, really good sort of direction on the game and how to run it. The setting part is more about what they say about the setting, mixed with me adjusting some words. Now, after or before, we can talk about these things, but that's how it works. I got another mechanic area to tell you about some mechanics. So let's go over this a bit right now. The percentile system. The core mechanic of Mythos is a percentile roll. Game general roll is D100. Most actions are resolved by comparing a character's ability and knowledge against a difficulty of task, and then making a percentage roll. Higher ratings increase the likelihood of success, meaning higher number. If you get a roll under, better chance. Lower rolls are generally better than higher rolls in the game overall. This places Myth closer to a game such as Ruin Quest or Call of Cthulhu. Knowledge and skill areas. Myth revolves around knowledge and skill areas. Myth revolves around what it calls knowledge skill areas, KS areas. These represent everything a character has learned throughout life. combat skills. So basically, throughout life, combat skills, languages, scholars, trade, craftsmanship, magic, investigation, professional expertise. Rather than asking what a class or what class a character belongs to, myth frequently asks, what does this person actually know? This approach allows characters to become highly specialized in areas beyond combat. So it's less about your class, it's more just about knowledge and skill. Right? Knowledge and skill areas are the sort of focus of the character. Right? They make up. Now, steeps, the game's most famous, I would say the game's most famous mechanic is steep, the steep system. Steep stands for study, training, education, experience, practice of characters. Steep represents accumulated learning and expertise. A scholar develops different steeps than a soldier. A merchant develops different steeps than a priest. A magician develops different steeps than a craftsman. Much of the game revolves around applying these areas of knowledge to solve problems. Traits and attributes. Characters are built around 3 primary traits: mental, physical, spiritual. These primary traits are further divided into categories and attributes that influence nearly every part of play. Natural ability matters, education matters, social position matters, experience matters. The system places heavy emphasis on the idea that who a character is matters just as much as what they can do. This contributes significantly to the game's reputation for complexity and detail. Remember, it is about the social aspect, who the character is, going up. JOS. One of Mrs. unique mechanics is JOS, J-O-S-S. It functions as a form of hero point or fate point. Players can spend JOS to influence outcomes, improve results, avoid disasters, or gain advantages during important situations. So you can spend it like to avoid, getting killed, stuff like that. This gives characters a limited ability to survive dangerous situations and influence dramatic events. Important stuff I'm putting into my new game, like my new set of rules. I get a whole rule around that. It's something in that vein. Something in that vein. Magic is one of the largest systems in the game. I mean, I don't go ever, I got some notes here. So dice usage. Also, Myth is remembered as a percentile game. It really is. It makes extensive use of D6s and D10s throughout character creation, combat, damage, initiative. You know how my Neo TTRPG system, what I tell you guys? It's D100 versus target number, right? Right? And then beyond that, it uses D10s and D6s. Dangerous journeys. I don't need AI. I've played all these fucking games. That's why my Neo TTRPG system is so fucking influenced by them. I put that out before I started doing any of these streams. If you look at that game, you'll realize just how influenced the game is by me actually playing a variety of games like I tell people I have. The reason there's errors in some of the writing there that I have to sort of skip through, it's human errors because I don't get the AI to fix it. I don't even get it to help me with fucking spell checks or anything anymore. So when you ask me about AI, how about you go back to the people that you do watch that actually do read from AI scripted shit? When you ask them, because they actually do the thing that you might ask me about. Makes me think fondly. Yeah, the Skyrim back to 2010. I love the setting of this because it's taking Earth, making a fantasy version of it, still carrying over some of the normal ignorance. It's almost like it's not saying it is Earth, but the only difference is many of the things that are considered fantasy and real in this game have somewhat been, you could say, proven as not real. So in our real world, much of it has already been like people trying to get to it. When it comes to those JOS, I've implemented fate points into AD&D second campaigns, at least where play Warhammer setting. It's kind of a system to avoid early death. Well, Joss is a different. It's not just that. It's like fate points too. If you understand these two things, I'll tell you exactly a bit about this Black Rose. So it helps you avoid certain things. It's like a Benny, right? But it mixes fate points too because it's like it doesn't just. I don't know how you're applying your thing, but Joss allows you to influence things that are happening, like an event that's happening. Right? You can say. I'm trying to think how you would use. Thinking of a good example. It could be like, you know, there's guards guarding a certain place, right? And you wish to like, could I make something happen? Like, could we make something happen where these guys are called away from this place? Is there a chance, or an important event like, you know, would somebody be coming to town? Is there a chance we could meet with somebody? You could use fate points to change even the way a conversation is going to a degree, right? It's not just about adjusting for failure, avoiding death. It's a mix of things. And so Josh is doing both of these things at once. You can avoid the danger, but you can also alternate events that are happening, right? Well, in many different ways. It can be slightly complicated, but when you read the things, it usually applies to the game exactly as it is. So you just have to understand your game when you're applying it, or what setting you're using, or what events would be important to you. And there's a mix of, you can do, it gives you an idea of what you can do, but then at the same time, there's a lot of game master's roll. I got it. No, with 8 points, only D20 rolls can be influenced. Death avoided, reroll +5 per session points, but everyone can have more than 1 point. But avoid death, a point is permanently lost. Yeah, you can do that and lose. I know, Josh. It's like some of the games are more about like you can earn them. So, but you might be able to earn less. Depends on the game. Depends on game master's choices too, right? It's hard to remember some games. I have to keep reading the text properly and go in and remind myself, because if I come here and talk about it, this is where I try to get the facts so nerds don't call me out, because there's slight things. I've done so many games in the past where I almost forget that I made a change running it, right? Like to alternate how things work, right? Or I played with a game master who alternate, but then I get used to that as reality. And that happens to a lot of guys, where if you have conversation with them about D&D, I can say what D&D is, and it will get them confused. You're like, that's not D&D. I'm like, well, it is, but that's not how you played it, or that's not what you did at the time, right? So what you did has become reality to you. And it's even hard, like if you ask me a random question about a lot of these games where I have not ran them or done anything with them in decades. I mean, decades, right? Outside of trying to get certain facts right, or good sort of general information for how to run or how to make characters. I could talk about a rule and you'd be like, you'd ask me a question and it's like, yeah, of course. So I always know there's a chance that I'll be corrected. Like that's that thing we talked about with our buddy, right? And me saying what a tabletop role-playing game is. I'm humble enough, and I really am, and I've done it many times, where if there was another full package tabletop role-playing game happening before D&D, and you could show me that, I'd bend to the reality. I'd be like, okay, I was wrong. And one of the guys that likes me on here, who's really nice, I sort of just prove it, Tim Samwise. Tim doesn't like dill holes. Like if you're just a hateful person, he will ignore you. If you're not open-minded, or there's not something decent about you, he wouldn't talk to you. My first debate, as far as talking to a fellow YouTuber, was Sam. It was like a little over a decade ago, and we had a disagreement, and he was right. So I backed off. He was right. I even said, "You're right, man. I'm wrong." And right away, he thought it was cool because I was humble enough to say I was wrong. I have no problem with that. Like, I have no problem being corrected if I just remember something wrong. Uh, some guys on here, some guys that will correct you, it's almost like they're out to fucking try to kill your credibility, which I don't get. I think that's really stupid. I think that's immature. That's you trying to get heat on yourself for a second. It's ego building. So I don't see the point in that. But don't get it wrong. I'll hold strong to a point if you haven't countered it. Like, especially if I think it holds up, it's like, man, there's no point arguing with this. Fuck off. Right? Then I'll definitely hold to it. But I'm humble enough to always be corrected. I always wait for someone to come around and correct me on something here. I don't pretend to be perfect, but that's why I write stuff down too and do the fact-based stuff, because you can't be perfect on this stuff. There's no way to be perfect when it comes to everything. I can't remember every detail. I might have ran or played, fucking 50 games decades ago, but if people like, oh man, he forgot one minor thing. He doesn't know anything. He lied about everything. But you want to know what, Black Rose? I don't mind the high standard being put on me. I don't mind that people take a minor boo-boo I made and blow it up. Because I'm like, yeah, I'm not mediocre. So you put me at a higher, I have to get peak up here. And that's no problem. I'll perform well. Take any of the guys that are around the old school that don't like me, or they're fucking fans that don't like me. Those guys are fuck-ups. They fuck up all the time. Nobody puts a standard on them, and they all fucking fold into fucking little pieces if they did. And none of them could take the heat. If the same heat they send at me or their audience sends at me, it was sent at them, they'd be fucking off YouTube crying like little bitches. Let's be real. None of them could fucking withstand the heat they'll put on me or standard they'll put on me. Minor mistake. Oh, there goes all your credibility there, Steven. Well, dude, you guys make mistakes every fucking week casually. How about that? Mentioned Tim many times before, every time favorably. Of course, I like Tim a lot. Tim's a real deal nice guy. Genuinely fucking intelligent about games. Knows his shit. Very fucking humble guy. Real and honest as can be. Tim Samwise is one of the most fucking credible, honest fucking people I know in the fucking hobby. And very few of him exist. Right? And he's decent. He's decent. He doesn't get jealous of you. He doesn't care if you can outperform him or something. He just doesn't have that in him. He doesn't have it. And he's just plain honest and classy as fuck. And he doesn't sit there and try to take you down when he disagrees with you. And he does it in such a way that you're just, I don't know. I just never felt unhappy with him. It's like, no, you're the right guy. Like I'm so classy as fuck. Just such a high class fucking personality. Right. And I loved him, to be real. I think he's a great fucking guy. I have for years. And me and him still have very pleasant interactions when we talk to each other. And even though I'm not like personal friends with him, I love to hear he's doing good. I really do. There's just something of just knowing about a human being for years and knowing how good of a guy he is. And he impresses me more than just about anybody, right? But it's like still the rest of the guys around, if you put the standard on them that they try to put on me and their audience tries to put on me, they fucking fold into pieces. None of them, not a single person in the old school could withstand the heat put on me. None of them, not a single fucking one of them. They'd fold. If their credibility was going to be stripped away over a minor mistake, they've already made mistakes. They make them every second fucking week. Look at the guys who say, oh, look at your background. They make a big issue with this. Oh, look at the background of fucking 90% of the guys that are fucking on there. So fuck off. Most of them have fucking dirty, scummy fucking backgrounds. You don't say a word to them. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. So standard for me is high up here, but like I live up to this shit. I actually think it's good. I don't mind putting the heat on me. I'll live up to this. Right? But it's just people that are jealous. I totally get it. Like, it's like I talked about earlier. There's a lot of what you call, and they don't know how to build up because they don't get it. I don't think they get this, Black Rose. It doesn't matter if I'm better than you or have an it factor. If you build me up as part of your circle, I can draw more people in. The thing is, it doesn't matter if I improve. I draw more people in to look at you too. When you go after flatline YouTubers, which are guys that don't have it, and you support them instead because, well, they're humble and down here. The problem is they don't bring new people in. All they do is leech off of you. And then when you bring nobody new into the circle, because you're all doing the same thing over and over again, you start to feel, along with others, stale. So all boats have to rise, right, together. But you need fresh blood in there. But if you get what I call flatline YouTubers, which are people that, if I give them a bigger audience, they're not that entertaining. They can't hold it. So they come in and you might go on their stream for a night. Okay, they got some more than they should have, but they're flatline YouTubers. And even if they have a bigger channel than me, they did the rage bait stuff. They did the yes man stuff. And they built up for cheap reasons, not because they're talented. And that's why they flatline. They flatline, and you don't build up your community. That's why you hit the 10, you're not going much further up, even with your cheaper buildup. You need new people, and you got to stop being jealous of other people potentially having a bit more than you have. If you just get over it and help that person out, you build up the wider audience. Because if you have a more talented person show up, more people show up. That's why Black Rose, I've drawn a lot of people to this YouTube channel that aren't part of the normal circle of old school, right? And it's like, and what's the content with me? You attacked me because I'm not like Scott. You attack me, you can start a little bit here. That goes here. That goes here. That goes here. And really shortly, doing other content will be better for your YouTube channel if you're a YouTuber. So I no long-lasting effect with the negative. Now, if you positive with me, here's what happens with me when you're positive. Up. It's up. And the more you build me up, the more I draw other people. You get the benefit of that. When you support flatliners because you're not intimidated by them, well, they leech off you, but you don't grow from them. They just leech off you. They help you maybe maintain your content at the same numbers it's always been. Oh, that's your high. Well, okay, you hit your high with that guy for that night, that panel. But these are flatline YouTubers that just not going too far. And most of the guys that tried to compete with me around here, think about it, they're trying to compete with me with no heat. So I'm like, take the heat off me. I'm going, right? The heat that with the lies, the attacks, the devastating lies, all that for a certain part of the audience. They're close to 1,000 an hour. Some of them might just be hitting 1,000. I don't know. I haven't checked them out in a long time. But I'm like, these guys with no heat on them can barely get up. Even if they bypass me by 50 right now, it's like they're only doing it because, well, there's all these lies for the certain audience and all this shit going on. Take that off of my head. They're not keeping up at all. Not with that audience anyway. So, flatline YouTubers leech off you. You're building up guys that can't maintain what they have. Doesn't matter if he has 3,000. That's why he doesn't go too far. It's like, I only have 1,000 now and I do okay most of the time. Imagine if you gave me 4,000. I can handle it much better. I'd be more inspired, have more time for this, right? And I'd be dragging in new people to the circle. And those new people then watch you. See, they think when 5e YouTubers step back, they might start getting an audience. But I'm like, you'll get zero growth from 5e guys stepping away. They'll be like, well, why? Because our audience already hates your fucking guts. They won't suddenly like you. That's what people don't get. That's why none of the guys have really grown off some 5e guys stepped away. This is our opportunity. There's that much opportunity. Fucking nothing. Because the people watching those guys don't like you. And they're not going to suddenly like you doing the same fucking content. Just not going to happen. Well, there's problems, not yours. These stream selling systems and Settings are gold, and only a single one is worth more than all their content put together. I believe so when it comes to like, because I don't do the rage bait thing. I'm not just doing one game all the time, and it's a shame. It's a shame. These streams should get way more attention from certain parts of the old school than they do, and they don't because of lies. I should get way more attention than I do, but I have guys out there making up images that aren't real receipts and then pretending it's a real receipt, even though it's an image that can be altered by people that don't like me. And then once you get to know me right away, you'll know I've done nothing like that if you just honestly know who I am, right? But then I have to have this crippling lie. And the lie, it boosted up people for a week. They were all excited about hating me. So one YouTuber put it out or backed it up. He goes, and he has 10,000 fucking people right now. He goes up to 40 viewers on average, gets about 30 or 40 likes for a little while after having like an average of low view, which he complained about. He was saying YouTube was holding him down. That was the reason he was giving for having low viewership. What happened? He stopped with that. He stepped right back down. Not the same where he was just before he attacked me with bullshit, but who knows, all right? It is pure definition of a circle jerk. The leech stuff is funny. It's funny when you see all these flatline leeches getting on the streams together. Like they're all leech guys that are flatline YouTubers that are going nowhere. And they're all fucking doing a panel or something. I'm like, there's your circle jerk. Sucking leeches, all sucking each other right there. And I know secrets about the algorithm that guys with 10,000 subs that are having a low viewer count could really effectively use my advice. And if they had a positive relationship with me, I tell them. And I guarantee I'm right, no matter what they want to think. They can hate me all fucking day. If they knew what I knew, they know. I've only found out in the last month, so it just takes, I don't do the cheap stuff, so I don't grow cheaply, but I know how to grow. So that will take some time. But I just know, I know it a lot better now. And they don't. They obviously don't. And the advice videos out there for the algorithm are shit. Most of them are pretty much lying to you. They're not lying, but it's not the help you think it is. Like, it's not actively as good as you think it is. There's a lot of deceit in here's the real algorithm story. Nah. Even when they talk about thumbnails have nothing to do with the algorithm. Just get rid of that idea in your head. Thumbnails have nothing to do with the algorithm. Nothing. Nothing at all. They just don't. So people think that stuff. They just don't get how it works. And I don't want to say anything. But I know. I even know. It's like I could save a guy right now who thinks he's being fucked over by the system. I'm like, dude, you're not. You're like, sincerely, you're not. I could tell you how to fix your problem, but we don't have a good relationship, so I can't tell you. I could tell that guy had to up, like he's like looking around at other people that do the content he's doing, the certain game he covers, and he'll be like, there's a guy out there with 40K subs following him, and all I have is like 10,000. Man, that it bothered him. I'm like, dude, I could help with that. Now, I don't do the yes man content. So I honestly, and I have done the coverage of the thing, but I don't do the yes man content. So I'm just being real with people. I don't do that. So the cheap gimmicks that grow a lot of these people, I don't do rapidly. So of course, your perception of what you see with me will not match what I'm saying. I get it. It just won't match because you assume, a lot of people assume so many things from what they're seeing from other YouTubers. It's you get what I'm saying, Black Rose. There's a lot of assumptions. I know because you're an honest guy. There's a lot of things you assume about YouTube that you would be honest in saying, there's a good chance you're wrong. Like we've talked about things where you ask me privately, I've told you what stuff, right? Where it's easy to assume this is what's happening with you, but that's not exactly it, right? It's not no matter what you think, it's not how it looks. We'll say, put it that way. It's not what it looks like or what you assume, or like say you see a lot of people saying something, you might think they represent a majority. The other thing I hope for some guys out there is I finally see them. One guy took his live plays down. I don't want to name anybody because I don't want to attack anyone, but I wasn't mad at the guy, but I was disappointed because I think he has fun putting up his live plays and chatting with people. And I'm like, look, dude, I don't care if I have a judgment about what is a YouTuber. I have lots of opinions that are quite judgmental about what being a YouTuber is. And I think if you do Discord chat on YouTube, you're not a real YouTuber. I don't even think you should be doing fucking content. But that's an opinion. That's a standard. I just wouldn't do it. What you do is your fucking business, right? Yep. It's shitty, but that's how the game works. And it's not always clear to people, right? I remember when I hit the 1K thing and you're like, all right, dude, when? I'm like, I'm not there yet. And you're like, huh? But I thought it was 1K. 1K is like, let's put it this way. If you went and knocked on the door and you're trying to get in and you had 900 subs, nobody answers the door. Nobody says anything to you. If you get 1,000 subs and you knock at the door, they're like, all right, Steven, we got your name back here. You know, you're pretty close, man. They'll respond to me. They'll even tell me my name has went up on the list somewhere. But the door is still not opening. Right, that's the watch hours. Some guys get really good watch hours, but they're playing certain games. They're bullshit. Like, I understand I get a limited amount of watch hours because a lot of guys don't like me. Or another thing is I have like one guy, as you know, Black Rose. This can fuck with your videos a bit. It doesn't so much now, but I'll get like 10 dislikes from, there's one guy on here because I'm a smaller YouTuber and my videos, because of all the hate and lies, gets limitations. There's one guy on here, he has like 10 or 11 accounts. And he's been doing this for almost 3 years to 100% of my videos and my streams. I'll put up a stream or a video, and if he's around, not all the time right away, it just depends on timing. Certain late hours, he's not around. When he's finally around, and within less than like 2 minutes, I'll get it, because there's one guy who's been doing this for almost 4 years, 3 years, 3 years, or 3 years, maybe over 2 years. I don't fucking know. I have a hard time tracking time. It's been more than 2 years, put it this way. 100% of my videos, it started off where the guy had 5 accounts. So it would always be within 1 minute, 5 dislikes, every video popping I put up. And I don't want to say why that affects, because I know he probably doesn't 100% understand that, which is fine. But he thinks disliking all the videos is major. It's not major. But he did it with 5 accounts when they lied about the receipt, when they made the image up. And one of my haters made an image up of this fake receipt. And it's just an image. It's not an actual receipt. But everyone went around lying about it being a receipt, which it wasn't. All fake and made up by a hater. When they started that guy thought, okay, now it's time to push even more heat on me. And he went from having 5 accounts to having 10 accounts. Right? So now with 10 to, well, he has 11 altogether. But sometimes if you try to do too many with one, like from the same IP thing, it will actually count sometimes one of your things is gone. So within a minute, I'll get like 10, usually 10, sometimes 11 dislikes on the video right away. And I'll just put it this way. The lack of watch time there is the part that hurts the most, if it hurts at all. Yeah, I don't know. He has an issue with me. He's been doing it for over 2 years. And I don't know, it could be somebody we both know, Black Rose. Could have been somebody following me and doing it at the same time. It's like, it's weird. There's some people weird out there that if they don't have it for the YouTube, they'll try to steal what you have. Or they'll try to build it in certain ways. It just doesn't work. And then what's even worse with me is when you gamble and fuck with me, but your gamble failed, you don't get another chance usually. So you're going to fuck me over, and it didn't work out. Now you want to talk to me. Nope. Hope you enjoyed your 2 seconds. That's it. Game's over. And very few guys, it could take you years before I'll forgive and talk to someone. It's not about not forgiving. I think I'm at the point where I can forgive. I don't hate people now. So in the last month, I've been doing something really healthy. Learning, reading more about the Bible, learning more about Jesus, is learning that I can forgive without forgetting. Because, it's I've always sort of stacked forgiveness as giving opportunities, right? As part of the package. But I feel like, thank you, Lord, for this. It is teaching me how to stop hating someone for what they've done. But so I get a lot of hate out of my heart, which has been very healthy and happy. A lot of happiness comes with that when you get anger out of you about certain things. But it's finally forgiving but not forgetting, meaning I can forgive, but you'll never get another opportunity. There's still no second chance for most people. Which one of the guys, by the counts, do you think came to your workplace that time? That could be that guy, but I don't know if it's him. I think that's just one of the crazy guys that was part of a certain audience that didn't like me. And I don't always assume the YouTubers know how crazy their guys are. Like, I'll see some YouTubers that hate me, and you go to their comment section where they talk some shit about me, and they're a guy like, hey, man, I can give you the guy's address and his phone number and everything. I could even give you his family. I'm like, the YouTuber doesn't hate me that much. The problem is there's guys in the audience that are on edge. It's like, come on, man. People stab each other over Pokemon card games. If you keep saying it's okay to hate me over and over again, there's guys on there that actually openly talk. Like, you go to X, there's guys that will talk like over tabletop role-playing game opinions. Man, he's lucky someone didn't go attack him. Like, violence against me over talking about tabletop role-playing games is completely just socially okay. I'm like, it is? It is? The little disagreements we have here is that, or you doing some content on me to grow on YouTube. But that's what led to that guy showing up at my job and threatening me. For real. Years ago, showed up, wanted to fucking hurt me over the whole thing. They actually did. That's a real thing. I couldn't believe it because I thought they faked as being decent people, most of them. But there's a certain panel where I ironically like the guy who runs the panel for whatever reason. But they talked about they put on my dead mother, which I thought was just because I just lost her, a very deep thing. But now I got over it right away, but it just tells me who they are. Yeah, tells me what I need to know about their character. No fucking decent human being would do that, but that's some old school tabletop role-playing game YouTubers that did that. I won't mention names, but it makes it hard to want to talk to people after they've done shit like that to you. Like, that's so unforgivable that I'm like, I can't look past that. I can't just casually talk to you later. I can't. There's no way I can look past. That's unforgivable. That is so unforgivable that it's like, that's it. That's life. You're fucked for life. You're cut off. But even lying about me, like the receipt thing, it's a major lie. It's an image. Now, anybody who personally knows me knows that receipt is complete bullshit. But it was an image of a receipt that wasn't real. Tried my best, at least thought reasonable people would be more reasonable there or come talk to me in private about it if they really thought I did something wrong. But no. To get some heat and grow their channels, they talked about the receipt and the money thing like I actually did something. One guy kept going on he goes on one other stream, gets mad about it as if it's real, and then goes on his streams and without saying my name keeps saying, we're not charging money, but it's a hint towards back to the fake receipt. But I didn't do anything. There's nobody ever got charged. And the guy who made the accusation, I guess on their Discord server, suddenly leaves out of nowhere. No one ever hears more about it. The guys, he put the fake image. The image is used to attack me. And what they do, they built up their fucking YouTubes for a minute, and it lasted for about 2 weeks. And then, okay, you're all cut off now for life. That's a for life cutoff. No second chances, no opportunities to talk to me. No me going on a stream with you. No panels, no nothing. Hope you enjoyed your moment. And I take that stuff very deeply personal. Still defends me on that? Defends me on it? Didn't even know he did it the first time. Now, I don't even know if he did that at all. Black Rose, are you talking out your ass right now? Just got to be real with you. I've never even heard that. Still, I didn't even know there was a first time. Instead of talking so vague in chat right now, you might want to fucking state clearly what you're trying to say. So I understand it, because I've never fucking heard of that in my life. This is where people think I follow everything. I really don't. I don't follow what people are saying. I don't get why people assume I do it. Like, and if you do Black Rose, you have more time in life than I do. Good on you. I don't make time to watch these people. Didn't even know there was a first time. If he was honest about that and said that's probably bullshit, fair enough. I heard him say, the one thing I have remembered say is, I'm really good on the second edition stuff. But dude, I'm good on a lot of fucking gaming. I'm good naturally as a game master to pigeonhole me into second edition. Like, dude, I know more about all games than he does. I mean, I'm good on the topic of all these different games. That's just maybe a lack of him paying attention to me there. But if he's nice about that one, I've never even heard about that before in my life. That's just to tell you, I don't watch his stuff. They all assume I do. I don't know how many times they come to my chat or my comments like, I know you watch all this stuff. I really don't, dude. I don't have time. Do you know how many guys think I watch all their fucking streams? I know he's watching. Dude, I'm off living a fucking life. Right? Parts of his stream, it was like conjunction with the receipt topic. So he thinks it's bullshit. That it wasn't true. Well, at least he's honest about that. I mean, that should have been that should have been obvious to anybody. That was just cheap. Look, if that's the truth, and he fucking said, you know what, I think that's bullshit, fair enough. I appreciate that. Right? There you go. And I don't say his name on purpose over and over again. So I keep his name out of my mouth for the sake of keeping peace and not keep going down a certain lane. I let things go. And the only time I've talked some shit to him is when he talks shit about me. So I think I've been pretty fair. I don't initiate attacks on the person. I was curious what the talk was on the other side just because it was curious by nature. I know you are. Fuck. Look, the audience is going to check out a lot of shit. I don't. But the guys all think I'm watching everything. I haven't watched they put out that Vulture stuff. I've not watched a single one of the streams on that stuff. They're convinced that I do. But if you ask me anything about it, I'll sound as ignorant as fuck because I'm as ignorant as can be. I haven't watched a single one. Not a single one. I have no idea what anybody said about me on any of those streams. I've been so busy too. I don't know, people believe me most of the time. It's like, dude, I don't have time to watch. Like, I'm doing my streams and my content. I got to do things in life. If not, my life falls apart. Like, where I live in Canada, I just get by. It's hard to fucking get by. If I said, okay, guess what, YouTuber over here, I stop by and check your streams. I don't have time. What about the guy over here? Check those streams. If I do, my life is fucked. That's how much of a struggle it is here for me sometimes. Like I just don't have, like tonight, to get to the stream, I wanted to start at 6. I got here 10 after 6 because I'm off just doing a bunch of stuff. I start the stream. At the end of the stream, you know what I got time to do? I'll have about, it's almost 10 o'clock. I have to be asleep by 11:30. And I want to watch a TV show. So I have a choice. I can go watch a stream where somebody talks shit about me or watch a TV show and have something to eat because I haven't eaten my supper yet. I skipped eating supper. I got home and supper was ready for me, but I said, I'll eat after the stream. At 11:30, I have to be fucking asleep. That's it. I'm fucked. 2 parts of 3 before those. Nothing new or interesting for you. Apart from that, the person clearly states doubts about the receipt and disagrees with the audience on it. I can appreciate the honesty on that. No, I don't get the other douchebaggery stuff, but whatever. I appreciate the person being honest about that. That's decent. I appreciate it because I get to do it. And anyone who honestly knows me would know that. Oh, and I know Black Rose. I dragged you to stay along with me because you like to talk here, and I appreciate that. But you're already. But I mean, like it's like really, what I'm saying is, it's to the point where if I don't do certain things, I can't pay my bills. Right? I can't afford to get behind because I don't got anybody covering my ass. Like I really don't have time. And by the time I get any time to myself, I'm so fucked. Just like you are. Like you'll take off from this and be tired and dealing with kids. I'll take off from this and want to fucking chill out. I don't get time to get worked up and get angry about stuff. Most of the time, like I would tell people, I sent clips and they wouldn't believe me, but I'm like, I'm telling you the truth. People I know would send me clips of them. Oh, he's watching this. No, it's a clip. It's a clip because I don't have time. So when I see the clip, I respond to the clip. And I'll ask as many questions. And it's the best I can do. Sometimes somebody will give me a time on the stream and I can go check out something every so often. But that's only on like a week where I'm deciding to use it, one of the days I'm free to myself to watch it for a minute. But even on those days, most of the time I'm busy. And that's even so I can run tabletop role-playing games in real life on top of all the other shit. I've been, like here, I'll show you. I got carpal tunnel and other, whatever the fuck's issues. So I have to wear these all the time. My arms and hands have been stressed. The right one. So I take them off before the stream, but I've been trying to wear them quite often because it helps my hand goes numb all the time. I have a hard time. I had to stop playing video games mostly because of this. I have just life's been so fucking hard. People don't know. My life is so fucking hard. They have no idea how hard my life is. Right. And these are for the course because I use the mouse and the keyboard all the time. My muscles planted here, it's almost damaged, but it's not completely gone. And I have to wear these all the time so I can keep working like normal. And I have, it has to do with my neck and my nerves all down here too. I'm going to do it for both hands because both hands are fucked. It's like, look, I'm not a damaged goods or throwaway. But at the same time, life's not easy. And I'm 46 years of age. I just don't got time for the drama shit. Yeah, the surgery's done. That heart's good. Heart's not going back to a problem. It's completely good. All that's complete. I'm alive. Thought I was going to lose my life. I mean, just so much drama in my life. I don't get how people think that I'm in, it's like, dude, they think I'm petty like they are. I have fun. It's like, look, I don't mind. I need to mind people the guy we were talking about earlier, mouthing off about me. Most of my video replies were fucking innocent as shit. It's like, look, I have a small audience. I can't affect you. I'm just talking some shit back to you. He'd blow up about it. He'd make this. It's like if you go back and watch the videos where I talk, you know this, Black Rose. It's me talking shit back to him, like, that's all it was to me. But maybe it was for YouTube, and I think it might have been for YouTube. He took something this small. It was like, look, dude, you made, and I would what, and you do this, Black Rose. He talked shit about me in like fucking 10 streams. So after a while, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to make like a 10-minute video and respond. And I do it for fun. His audience would be like, oh, you're the worst person in the world. Well, the guy just did fucking 10 streams on me. I did a 10-minute video reply. Get over it. Remember what they said about the fake receipt too? How evil I was? Well, I won't say the guy's YouTube name if people won't know directly who I'm talking about, but I've never hated Bill. I would never fuck with his event. I didn't give a shit. But I was sad that he was so petty to play along with an image. I just thought he was better than that. That's my issue with Bill. I'm disappointed because he's one of the guys I liked over the years. Like, I actually liked his content. I liked watching him personally. Just a personal thing. And then to have a guy I like, because he's having a hard time with YouTube, take a cheap run at me just to get more viewers on his streams, which I know that's the reason he did it. That was disappointing because he's playing the YouTube game in some desperate, pathetic fucking way, which I think is awful. And I won't say his people don't need to know who I'm talking about. But very disappointed with the guy because I thought he was a better human being than that. I thought he was a better guy. The claims to the AI shit, I don't know. I purposely leave all my fucking human errors, and I don't do the spell check with the AI no more. I talk outside of the fucking, off the top of my head about the games. Anyone who knows the games knows I know my shit about it. I don't know why I'd have to get AI to write anything for me. I don't mind writing stuff. I've been doing game mastering prep work for years. I prepped a lot of this stuff last year. It was interesting to do. Some of it's copy and paste, but it's from their own statements. And I've been open with that. That's not AI. That's me copying and pasting what market guys were saying. And I was very open about that. That's not AI. It's just I took the actual, this is what they say about the game. And so it's fact, not opinion. And to say it's fact, not opinion is me trying to get what they're saying in their own words. This is what they say about the game. Now, when it gets to the how to run it, I use some of the fact, but then I add in all my little bits about how you would use it, which is not alternate to the facts. It's just me suggesting how you use the factual stuff, right? That's all it is. So we stick the facts on it. The how to run and character creation is a little bit more my manual opinion there. And then to make sure when you know you're hearing me, I don't write that down. So I purposely don't write what I think down in that deep way. What I do is I say what the market person said or the designer said. And then if you notice, I look away and I look right at things. And then I tell you what I think off the top of my head. And I say even more stuff. And I go into details for all the guys that like the games, like Earth Dawn. I know a YouTuber that loved Earth Dawn. Listen to it. Boom, hit it out of the park because I actually ran it. Going back to the Cyberpunk thing. Boom, hit it out of the park. Philo's around for the Rollmaster stuff. Bang, hit it out of the park. Didn't need AI to tell me anything. So I made that one mistake trying to cover that new game where it got to the setting and I went to do spell check. Now, I've been doing spell check for a while. So when I use spell check, I've never prompted to rewrite a certain part or two. So I went ahead and did the spell check. I think I'm getting the right dialogue back for the setting stuff. I go on, do that fucking video. You know what happened. It's the one area. No, I was very open about it. Very real about it. I said, okay, the first 3 parts were good. That's me. The part with the setting there's a few parts there where it's completely AI. I guess I thought it was because it was my buddy who ran the game for me. So he helped me write out the setting part. Pretty much he wrote parts out, but I was very honest about that too. So he does the setting part. What I don't know is, I guess occasionally AI can glitch and then take a simple thing you've been using successfully for a while and try to rewrite something, even though I'm telling it not to. Right? Never had the problem before. So that was a complete lie about the AI thing. And I know somebody tried to take that and try to destroy me with it. Look, all his stuff is AI because of this one mistake here. What am I supposed to do? I can't change props. All I'm trying to do is get this fucking spell check for me. Here, could you fix where I misspell words? Let me rewrite little sections of the setting part. Well, for fuck's sakes. I don't know what to do with that, man. That's just me being honest. So, because of that error, and you know this, Black Rose, that's why I don't do the spell check anymore. I don't go to AI for spell checks anymore. I just put my writing in all human errors where I missed something even before I came to get to the stream. I just accept it. That's it. That's why now you're getting mistakes that weren't really a problem before, but now they're just like my human mistakes where I try to catch things, but I'm a human. I miss it. Right? And that's it. I miss things. I miss minor things, minor misspellings. Like tonight, there's a few parts where I had to, because I'm reading the stuff and I misspelled words or didn't like record. I should have had recorded history. And two different parts were, I should have said record. I said recorded history, but the way I have it written down is record history instead of saying recorded history. So I get better at reading and catching stuff, but sometimes I can still I'm just reading. If I read really fast, I can make the error and then I got to go back. So some of the script stuff that I'm writing out now, or even trying to check, it's like I'm just trying to catch everything. But there's human error. And that means it's sometimes when I'm reading out and I make mistakes, a lot of it, I'm just not telling you guys, is minor mistakes. It's not me really fucking up reading something that would have been clean. It's I'm fucking things up because I misspelled a word. Or I should have put recorded history in, but I put record history when I wrote it down. Minor mistakes. Oh, these things happen. And my brain, as I get older, works that way. I don't know if that happens to anybody else, but sometimes just, I swear, I leave words out. I forget to put certain words in, then I got to remember. Some words I just don't, I guess I don't complete. Sometimes there's an error. I've noticed this even with my X post. I get annoyed with the X post. Because I'll post an X post, I'll be like, yeah, well, I'm thinking about it. What you said to my original post, that was bullshit. And then I read it after I post it up and say, what you said to my original is bullshit. But even though I thought post, the comment just has original and then right to bullshit. It's bullshit instead of original post, even though in my head, I'm thinking while I'm typing it out. I malfunction sometimes because I don't know, just working my brain all the time. There you go. 2 minutes away from 4 hours. I'm happy I can do a lot of these 4-hour streams. It's a shame more people don't take advantage of them and talk to me. So I know many people would, and there's a lot of the game stuff we could have talked about. I wouldn't be stuck on certain subjects if more people talked. But what can you do? There's certain things I get caught on talking. It's not like a lot of things people want to hear about are more conversational pieces. So that's really on chat. And I stay around after the games for them, getting on for them. But if people don't take advantage, I can't force them. But I can talk the entire time like a machine. It's my last smoke, and then I'm going to go. Because it's like now 10 after. Yeah, but I want to have time to do something, that's it. Probably going to go in a minute. I just want to hit 4 hours so the counter's on 4 hours for sure. And Mr. Black Rose is probably busy with his kids. Oof. I'll mark the time later for the dangerous streams. Yeah, I love the streams, but since they're so frequent, it's hard finding the time to be present at all of them. And sometimes they just pop up in the middle or near the. I hope that's okay with you. I hope just getting here, having the time to interact and stuff is good enough for you. I do this because for the YouTube, it's good. So is I love. I hope for the members only, you're going to be around for the one coming out. Let me go over the schedule of streams coming up, because I need to remind you of the date for this one, because this is an important one for you. So tomorrow is the Star Wars, and every Tuesday is off script, as people know. But this week on the 10th, on Wednesday, members only, Babylon 5 role-playing game. Oh, I hear you. But don't worry, man. Even though it's just probably going to be me and you for the most part, I will work it. I will do my thing. Because I never know who's going to be a member later and watch it anyway. So as intimate as that we could be, I still, we could talk around it, but I still got to do it properly. I hear you. But the 10th, Wednesday, because I know it's been a serious one for you. Members only, Babylon 5 role-playing game. Remember, the members only is the only where I do beyond 1999, at least for now. Now, I have a longer script, like Savage Worlds. I will do it after I finish all the games up to 1999. And I do have more to say. Like, I have a longer script for Savage Worlds, but I gave you guys the basic full coverage on it for the members only. That's just guaranteed members only. You get all the proper stuff, the setting, how to run, the character creation, the fluff, and then some just exciting talk around it, right? And I hear you. Make what you can. Make what you can. And I don't mind if it's just me here serving on the stage, as long as I got people watching. And I do have people watching. So yeah, the Star Wars one will be good. That will be fun. That will be a lot of fun. I hope you are here for that for sure. 100%. I hope you are. But yeah, then we got our Babylon 5. So it's going to be a good week. Ironically, I'm going to do a game for the old guy that was used to be here, but I'll do it because I got it on schedule. Fudge. I'll do it because it's I already got it written out, so we're going to do Fudge. But then Sunday, I'll end up doing Metamorphosis Alpha. Let me just make sure that's the schedule for this week. Oh, so all right, I do Babylon 5, but here's for the old D&D people out there, I got my old school D&D stream now every Thursday. And this week, that's coming up is Mysteria, with a special focus on Odyssey and the Savage Coast. Then I'll do Fudge and Metamorphosis Alpha on the weekend. That should be a lot of fun. I hope it's a lot of fun. I do. I hope that's a lot of good times. I look forward to it, honestly. Yeah, I hear I might have to go a little bit into fluff. I'll make sure because I know you'll be busy. If you're not here before 8, I'll definitely start around 8 o'clock for sure tomorrow on that one. Because I'll be busy most of the day myself, so I don't know if I can start as early as I normally have been. So that will be that. And then I got to put these wrist things on afterwards. I don't wear these safeguards during the stream, but I have to wear them when I'm doing stuff. So just to protect muscle and make it, because what started happening where I was working this hand would go completely numb on me. And I started doing it at home too. I'd be doing like little things at home. My whole hand would go numb on me, and I can't feel anything. And I mean, I couldn't even hold a cloth to wipe or do anything. Like just my hand would go for periods of time, and only to realize it was my muscle just failing. And my muscle needs to be built up. It's not so damaged it can't be, but I can't keep damaging. Here's why. Here's what's going to be. Here's a funny story, Black Rose. So the start of last year, you know the deal. I was 365 pounds at the end of the year, but they're awesome. It's funny though, I can beat up anyone with them. So at the start of last year, I was 365 pounds. At the end, I'm 170 now, right? So I got down to 170 pounds. But here's what ironically happened with all the weight loss. I had fat around nerves on my arms, right? And I was doing a lot of work, and what I didn't realize is I'm on this nerve all the time, especially when I do, like, say, sitting down to write or do anything. I'm on these nerves because the nerves are more shown because the weight's gone. Well, what I didn't know is that was damaging my hands, especially the one I lean on all the time. And that's part of what caused me my issues. So it just fucked up my hand so much. I'm a week or so into it. My hand is definitely doing better. So I can do things without the hand going numb on me now, which has been really good. That's been nice. I've been doing things without the hand going completely. But I got to do a lot less squeezing. It's like little things I do all day would lead up to the hand going numb. It works my muscle back by doing it less damaging. I don't lean on my nerve anymore, but it has to do with the weight loss. So even though weight loss was good, ironically, weight loss opened up two of these nerves, and if I lean on them, damage. So the muscle's going to be going back up over time now, but yeah. I am half the man you used to know. Jeez. I still have some of the old content I go back and look at and just see my face look like this. And it amazes me too. I go back and just look at old content I have where my face is like this on the thing. I'm like, geez, Steven, you lost a lot of fucking weight. I went from 365 down to 170. That was a lot of hard work, a lot of private hard work. Had to grind every day to get down that weight. Had to give up certain things like sugar drinks. My exception is, as you guys know, my monsters, but I only drink them every so often. But I'm not a big fan of the non-sugar ones. I like the sugar monsters. Pacific Punch and Pipeline Punch are my two favorites. This is Pacific Punch. Here's old Pinky Pipeline. It's good stuff. Good stuff. I enjoy it. But I think that's it. I think that's it for me right there. Okay. I love you all. I'll put the start time later on Dangerous Journeys for anyone who hasn't seen it, so that will be up at one point. I hope people that were here for the Dangerous Journey got something out of it. The World of Darkness, Black Rose, Jesus fuck, you were listening well. Still impressed by that. That slowly spread to me too. For all these years, my players binged them at our games, and I finally have started to carefully. Take your time with them, but you know they work. It's the crazy part. They work. I heard shitloads of them were drinking by the military. Military guys drink them all the time, but I can't blame them. Yeah. Yes, dude. I love you, Black Rose. Love everyone who was here.